Tonight, we're diving into true scary camping stories from the Appalachians. These are first-hand accounts from people who swear what they saw wasn't just wind, or wildlife, or imagination. When the fire burns low and the night presses in, the mountains remind you, you're not alone. My name is Adrienne Pope, and I was born and raised in the quiet town of Lexington, Virginia, where the Blue Ridge Mountains press close against. The horizon and the woods have always seemed older than memory itself. I work as a freelance writer and photographer, a combination of jobs that often sends me into the wilderness in search of stories, landscapes, and moments worth capturing. Over the years, I've grown accustomed to hiking alone, carrying nothing but my pack, my camera, and the stubborn belief that solitude sharpens the senses. I have slept under countless trees, listened to countless nights of crickets and owls, and trusted the wilderness to hold its mysteries at a respectful distance. But there was one night in those mountains when the forest stopped respecting that boundary, when I encountered something that reality and left me unsure if silence itself might be watching me. That night, I saw what I can only describe as the backward elk, and the memory has never released its grip on me. The trip began in early October, when the trees along the Shenandoah Valley were just beginning to shift into gold and copper. I wanted to spend a week alone, hiking along the ridges and valleys of Washington National Forest, documenting the changes of the season for a magazine piece. The air was crisp, almost sweet with the smell of decaying leaves. Daylight hours were generous but fading, and the nights carried that unmistakable edge that whispered of winter's approach. I'd done similar trips many times, so the preparation felt almost automatic: sleeping bag, tent, compact stove, water filter, notebook, camera. My parents, who have long since accepted my habit of disappearing into the wild, only reminded me to call when I returned. The first 2 days went smoothly. I hiked long trails, paused by creeks that glittered with fallen leaves, and captured photographs of elk prints pressed deep into the soil near streams. Elk had been reintroduced into parts of Virginia, and although rare, their presence was whispered among hunters and hikers. I found myself hoping to see one, just for the majesty of it. By the second evening, I set up camp in a clearing, not far from a ridge that overlooked a long valley. The ground sloped gently, and a circle of maples and pines sheltered me from wind. My tent, a small olive green 2-person model, looked almost swallowed by the shadows when I finally zipped myself inside. That night, I woke around midnight, stirred by a sound I couldn't name at first. It wasn't the rustling of wind through branches, nor the call of any owl or fox. It was heavier, deliberate, as though hooves pressed softly into the leaf litter, not far from where I slept. I lay still in my sleeping bag, every sense tightening, the nylon walls of my tent feeling far too thin. Then came the silence, the kind that thickens the air, smothers the insects, and makes your own breath sound too loud. I turned carefully, trying not to make the tent fabric crackle, and through the mesh window I caught sight of movement. Just beyond the tree line stood an elk, or at least, that was my first impression. Its body was enormous, the silhouette broader than a deer, and antlers rose in jagged branches above its head. But something was wrong, horribly wrong. Its body was facing away from me, hind legs where they should be, tail swishing faintly. Yet its head was turned backward, fully and possibly, so that the muzzle and eyes were aimed directly toward my tent. the antlers bent in awkward arcs, not branching upward but twisting sideways, like branches caught in a violent wind. Its eyes reflected the faint starlight, catching it like cold glass. I froze, caught between the instinct to grab my flashlight and the certainty that I did not want to draw attention to myself. I blinked once, just once, and in that fraction of darkness the elk shifted. When my eyes opened again, it was gone from the tree line. My breath caught, panic rising, until I realized the truth. It wasn't gone at all. It was standing beside my tent, silent, close enough that the air seemed to thicken, with the musk of wet animal fur. I could hear the faint crack of branches beneath its weight, though the sound felt muffled, almost swallowed by the silence of the forest. I didn't dare move. Every instinct screamed at me not to look, not to shine light, not to give acknowledgement. I lay that way for what felt like hours, rigid and trembling, until finally the sound faded. The presence dissolved, leaving only the faint hum of insects returning. I told myself it had been a trick of exhaustion, the shadow of branches or the dreamlike blur between waking and sleep. But when dawn broke, I stepped outside to find the ground disturbed. The soil around my tent was pressed with fresh impressions, not quite hooves, not quite anything I could recognize. They looked like tracks forced backward, as if the animal had walked with its joints bent the wrong way. I packed quickly, trying to laugh at myself, convincing my shaking hands that it was simply an odd elk sighting, a natural creature twisted in the imagination of night. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder with every step that morning, half expecting to see those bent antlers threading through the trees. The day passed in steady hiking, but my mind was a tangled thread of unease. When dusk arrived, I set camp again, this time near a creek where the constant flow of water offered some comfort. The sound grounded me, or at least I thought it did. I cooked a small meal, scribbled notes about the landscape, and eventually forced myself into the tent. My eyelids were heavy, exhaustion tugging at me, but sleep never came smoothly. Somewhere deep in the night, I heard it again, that deliberate tread, like hooves breaking the surface of fallen leaves. I opened my eyes, staring at the faint outline of my tent's ceiling. The noise circled, slow, patient, as though something large was walking the perimeter. My breath caught, shallow and quick. Then, through the thin fabric, a shadow passed. It was massive, taller than my tent, the shape of antlers dragging against branches. I pressed a hand over my mouth, terrified that even the sound of my breath might betray me. A scraping sound followed, a low rasp against the nylon wall, as though something was brushing past deliberately. My heart pounded so hard, I thought the entire tent might shake with it. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the noise retreated. The silence that followed was unbearable, pressing down like weight on my chest. When morning came, I stumbled out with eyes burning from lack of sleep. Across the creek, near the tree line, stood something. At first I thought it was just another trunk, pale against the shadows. But then it shifted, and I saw it again. The elk, standing backward. Its head twisted fully toward me, antlers bent and broken in directions that defied nature. I blinked once, and just like before, the distance collapsed. It was no longer across the creek. It was beside me. I staggered back, nearly falling into the water. But when I turned again, the space was empty. Nothing but trees and rushing water. My hands shook so badly I could hardly grip my pack straps. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just an encounter with some strange animal. Something was wrong in those woods. Something that wasn't bound by distance or sound or natural law. The elk wasn't simply present. It was watching, following, bending the world around me as though space itself was its hunting ground. I considered leaving immediately, hiking until I reached the safety of a ranger station or a road. But another thought struck, colder still. What if it didn't matter where I went? What if it wasn't bound to one stretch of forest? What if it had already chosen me? I carried that thought with me through the long hours of daylight, walking faster than usual, sweat soaking my back, even in the cool autumn air. Every gust of wind became a whisper of antlers against branches, every shadow a reminder of twisted legs. When the third night came, I told myself I would not set up the tent, that I would keep walking until exhaustion overcame me. But fatigue is a cruel master. Near midnight, my legs gave out and I collapsed in a small hollow, forcing the tent up with trembling hands. I zipped myself inside, every nerve frayed, clutching the flashlight like a weapon. I told myself over and over, it's only an elk. It's only the woods. It's only the mind-twisting shadows. But then the silence came again. A silence so complete it erased the creek, the wind, the insects. And through that silence came the sound of breath. Long, slow, and steady. Not mine. The breath lingered outside my tent, deep and deliberate, as though the forest itself had found lungs. I pressed my palms into the thin nylon floor, steadying myself against the urge to bolt. Every instinct screamed that I should unzip the flap and run, but my body refused to move. Instead, I lay still, feeling the pressure of that exhale seep through the fabric, warm and damp, like the condensation of something enormous hovering just inches away. I turned my head slowly, heart hammering. Through the mesh of the side window, a shape pressed against the tent wall. The curve of antlers scraped faintly, bending the nylon inward. Then came the sound again. An inhale this time, drawing the air out of the night, like the world itself was being pulled into a cavernous chest. The silence that followed was so absolute it felt like my thoughts were echoing. I clutched the flashlight in my hand and forced myself to act. My thumb trembled against the switch, and when I finally clicked it on, the weak yellow beam cut through the tent's fabric. For one impossible moment, the light outlined something towering just beyond the wall. Legs too long, joints bent wrong, antlers splayed backward like broken fingers. And the head, God, the head, was twisted full around, muzzle inches from where my face lay. Two glassy eyes glared into me through the barrier, unblinking. Then, nothing. The beam hit empty air. The fabric fluttered, weightless again. I blinked, gasping, certain I'd seen it pressed against me. My chest ached as though the breath had been stolen from my lungs. The rest of the night passed in a blur of terror. I kept the flashlight on until the batteries flickered weak, refusing to close my eyes. Every rustle of the leaves became its step, every shadow its return. When dawn came, it felt less like morning and more like a reprieve. I crawled out of the tent, body stiff and aching, eyes gritty from lack of sleep. The forest looked ordinary again, cruel in its indifference. The ground held no tracks, no sign that anything had pressed close enough to bend my tent inward. And yet the sense of being watched had only deepened. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still near, waiting for me to let my guard down. I packed quickly, hands fumbling with the zipper and straps, and started down the trail without breakfast. My only thought was distance. If I could put enough miles behind me, maybe thing would fade into memory, something I could rationalize later. But the deeper I hiked, the heavier the woods felt. The trees pressed in close, their trunks like ribs, their shadows dark and hollow. At one point I paused to catch my breath near a fallen log. The air was still, and for a moment, I allowed myself to believe I had outrun it. Then I noticed something across the trail. Between two pines, a shape lingered. Pale and tall, unmoving. My stomach clenched. I knew better than to blink, but the reflex betrayed me. In that instant of darkness, the distance collapsed again. The elk stood not 20 feet away. Head twisted backward so that its antlers scraped the bark of a tree, while its body faced the opposite direction. Its legs moved in slow, deliberate steps backward and forward at the same time, as though it walked against the rhythm of the earth. Its eyes locked onto me, and I felt my chest tighten with the same unbearable silence. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the log. My legs jolted into motion before my mind caught up, and I ran. I don't remember choosing a direction, only that the forest blurred around me, branches whipping my arms and face. My pack thudded against my spine with each stride, but I didn't stop. Not until my lungs burned and my knees buckled did I collapse near a stream, panting and sobbing. The water rushed loud and bright, masking the silence I'd grown to dread. I dunked my face in the stream, letting the shock of cold pull me back from the edge of hysteria. When I lifted my head, I dared to hope I'd shaken it. But then I noticed the reflection. In the rippling surface, behind my own pale face, another shape loomed. The antlers were bent, the muzzle twisted, the eyes glowing faintly even in daylight. I whipped around, but the bank behind me was empty. Only trees, only shadows. The reflection still clung to my vision, though, etched in the water as though it had been burned into the surface. I couldn't keep running aimlessly. Exhaustion would kill me before whatever that thing was ever laid a hoof on me. I needed direction, a plan. My maps told me that if I kept moving west, I'd eventually cross a service road. From there, I could reach a ranger station. I set my jaw and followed the stream, using its sound as a lifeline. The hours crawled. The forest grew darker as clouds swallowed the sun, turning afternoon into twilight. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting it to appear in mid-step. Each time my eyes fluttered shut, even in a blink, panic surged. What would happen when they opened again? Would it be beside me, antlers cutting into my shoulder? By the time I set camp again, my hands were shaking so badly I could hardly drive the stakes into the ground. I didn't want to stop, but my body demanded it. I built no fire. The thought of drawing attention with smoke or light made my skin crawl. Instead, I crouched inside the tent, clutching the flashlight again, though the batteries were dying fast. The silence came quicker that night, settling over the forest like a suffocating blanket. I sat frozen, every nerve attuned to the faintest sound. Then I heard a step, backward, dragging. Another step closer. The nylon shivered as if brushed by something heavy. I couldn't take it anymore. I unzipped the flap in one quick motion and thrust the flashlight beam outward. The light wavered, catching only trees and shadows. I swung it wildly, heart hammering, until the beam locked on something at the edge of camp. It stood there, massive and still, antlers scraping the branches above. Its body was facing away, tail flicking once, but its head, its impossible, backward head, stared at me. The light trembled in my hand, the beam dancing over its twisted muzzle. It didn't move. Not until my eyelids betrayed me again, the quickest flicker of a blink. The next moment it was closer, crouched low, eyes level with mine. I screamed, stumbling back, and the flashlight clattered to the ground. The beam cut out. Darkness swallowed me whole. In the blackness, the silence roared. I could hear its breath again, inches away, as though it were sharing the same air, stealing it. My chest seized, unable to expand. The urge to scream burned in my throat, but no sound emerged. Then, just as suddenly, the weight lifted. The silence fractured. Crickets resumed. The stream gurgled, the wind pressed through branches. I collapsed onto my sleeping bag, gasping like I had surfaced from drowning. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every time I felt my eyes drift shut, terror jolted me awake. By dawn, I was hollow, a shell moving only by habit. I packed what little I could and set off again, stumbling westward. The forest changed as the hours dragged. The trees grew thinner, sunlight piercing through in patches. Relief flickered in me when I spotted the rough cut of a road ahead. I almost laughed, almost cried. Safety felt close enough to taste. But as I stepped onto the gravel, something shifted in the corner of my eye. Across the road, half hidden in the brush, it stood again. The backward elk. Its body was angled away, but the head craned around, watching me. I blinked once. It was standing in the middle of the road. It stood in the middle of the road, its shadow long and broken in the thin morning light. The gravel crunched faintly beneath its hooves, though the sound came oddly muffled, like it traveled through water instead of air. Its body faced downhill, away from me, but its head was still turned, locked on mine. I froze, breath lodged in my chest, and for the first time I understood the helplessness of prey caught in the sight of a predator. My knees wobbled. I wanted to look away, but its eyes pinned me. I blinked once, instinct betraying me again, and it shifted. No longer at the center of the road. It now stood just a few steps away, close enough that the tips of its antlers nearly brushed my pack. My legs buckled. I stumbled backward onto the gravel, palms scraping sharp stone, eyes burning with the effort of not shutting. The silence came again. That crushing absence of sound, heavier than any noise could ever be. My heart thrashed against my ribs, like it wanted to flee on its own. I forced my eyes open wide, terrified of what'd happen if I let them close even for a fraction of a second. The elk stood unmoving, its twisted body impossibly still, like it was waiting me out. I scrambled to my feet, legs shaking, and bolted down the road. I didn't care where it led anymore. I just needed distance, the illusion of safety. Gravel scattered under my boots as I ran, lungs heaving, sweat chilling against my neck. The forest blurred past, flashes of green and brown, but no matter how far I pushed myself, the weight of being watched clung to me. After what felt like hours, a wooden sign appeared ahead, weathered and leaning. Service Road 14 Ranger access only. Relief surged so hard it nearly knocked me flat. Civilization, thin, fragile, but real. I kept running until a squat cinder-block building came into view, a ranger outpost half hidden by pines. My body collapsed against the door before I even thought to knock. Inside, a single ranger looked up from a desk stacked with forms. He was middle-aged, broad-shouldered, his uniform faded from years of sun. His nameplate read, R. Turner, his brows knitted at the sight of me. Sweat-soaked, trembling, eyes wide. "You all right, miss?" he asked, standing. I opened my mouth, but the words tangled. I wanted to say elk, backward, antlers, watching. What came out was a strangled. "Something's in the woods," His expression shifted from concern to caution. He motioned for me to sit, pushed a cup of water across the desk. Plenty of things in the woods. Bear, elk, coyotes. Take your time. I drank greedily, water spilling down my chin. When I caught my breath, I tried again. It wasn't natural. Its head, it turned backward. It followed me. Every time I blinked, it was closer. His face went still, carefully blank. Too blank. That expression wasn't disbelief, it was recognition. He didn't interrupt, didn't laugh it off. When I finished, his gaze flicked toward the window, then back to me. "You need to leave these woods today," he said quietly. A chill raced through me. "So you believe me?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a folded map, circled a route, and slid it across the desk. "Stay on this road until it hits the highway. Don't stop. Don't camp. Don't look back." I stared at him. "You've seen it." His jaw tightened. "It's not my story to tell." I wanted to push, to demand answers, but his eyes warned me not to. My fingers trembled as I folded the map. His hand landed briefly on mine, firm grounding. "Keep moving forward. That's the only way." I left the outpost, heart pounding harder than before. If even a ranger, someone who lived in these woods, wouldn't speak of it, then whatever I had seen was older than explanation. I followed the road exactly as he'd said, legs burning with every step. The sky overhead grew darker, clouds swallowing the sun, though the forecast had promised clear skies. By late afternoon, the road bent downhill, and for the first time I glimpsed the faint ribbon of highway in the distance. Relief surged, hot and dizzying. I could almost hear the hum of cars, smell the faint tar of asphalt. Safety was close. But then the silence fell again. It slid over the forest like a shroud. The wind died. The insects ceased. Even my own footsteps dulled. I stopped in the middle of the road, every nerve sparking with dread. Slowly, I turned my head. It stood behind me, not 20 feet away, body facing forward down the road, but head twisted fully backward. Its antlers bent against the branches above, scraping wood with a sound like bones splintering. Its eyes caught the gray light, glinting cold. I didn't blink. I couldn't. My eyes burned, tearing vision blurring. I staggered forward, refusing to shut them, but each step made the pressure build until my lids quivered with the need for release. My body betrayed me. I blinked. The elk was gone. For a heartbeat, I believed I'd escaped it, that the nightmare had finally released me. Then I heard the breath, right at my ear. I screamed and spun, but the road behind me was empty. My chest heaved, lungs clawing for air. The silence fractured, sounds rushing back. The wind, the insects, the faint rumble of the highway. I stumbled forward, sobbing with the force of it, until the gravel gave way to blacktop. Cars passed, indifferent, and the ordinary world reasserted itself. I collapsed on the shoulder, shaking uncontrollably. Eventually, a truck driver slowed, rolled down his window, asked if I needed help. I must have looked wild, mud-streaked, hollow-eyed, because his expression shifted from curiosity to concern. He offered me a ride into town, and I accepted without hesitation. Even as the truck rumbled away, even as the forest receded in the mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I refused to close my eyes during the drive, terrified of what might be waiting if I blinked. Days have passed since then. I'm home now, back in Lexington, surrounded by familiar streets and the hum of ordinary life. But the memory hasn't dulled. At night, when the house is quiet, I hear it again, the deliberate step, the backward drag, the breath beside my ear. I keep the lights on. I avoid mirrors because once, while washing my face, I caught a glimpse in the corner of my eye, antlers bent, head twisted, watching me from behind. I don't hike alone anymore. I don't camp. I haven't set foot in those woods since. But no matter how far I run from the mountains, no matter how bright the city lights, I can't outrun the silence. It finds me still, creeping in at the edges, smothering the world until only one sound remains. The breath of something standing just beside me, waiting for the moment I blink. And sometimes, when exhaustion drags me into sleep, I wake with the certainty that it isn't a dream at all. The elk is there, in the corner of the room, its body turned away but its head fully backward, glassy eyes fixed on mine. It doesn't move. It doesn't speak. It only waits. And I know that one day, when I can't hold my eyes open any longer, it will finally close the distance. My name is Brian Keene, and I have always been the type of person who finds comfort in solitude. I am not antisocial, nor am I incapable of enjoying the company of friends and family. But there has always been a part of me that thrives when left alone in wild spaces. I was raised in Maryland, in a small town that leaned heavily on the cusp of suburbia and forest, and my earliest memories are of disappearing into the woods behind my parents' house, with nothing more than a stick and a canteen. As I grew older, the habit of seeking quiet trails, high ridges, and forgotten paths only deepened. By the time I was in my late 20s, hiking had become not only a pastime, but a necessary form of escape. That is what led me, one late summer afternoon, to a ridge deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where I came across something I should not have found. Something that, to this day, leaves me doubting my own memory, my own eyes, and at times even my own sanity. It began simply enough, as most strange stories do. I had set out alone for what I thought would be an uncomplicated overnight trip. My pack was stocked with the basics: tent, sleeping bag, a week's worth of dehydrated food. Even though I only planned for a night or two, a water filter, headlamp, and a paperback novel I had been meaning to finish. My plan was to hike up to a section of ridge I had marked on an old topographic map, a place with no established campsite, but a good enough flat space that I could pitch my tent. I liked those sorts of spots. No fire rings, no trodden dirt, no traces of other travelers. Just me and the trees. The climb had been steep, though the air was cool for August, and I made good time. I remember cresting the ridge sometime in the late afternoon. The shadows had started to lengthen, turning the forest into a patchwork of gold and gray. I paused to catch my breath, leaning on my trekking pole, and that was when I first saw it. It was a fire tower, rising above the trees like a skeletal sentinel. At first, I thought nothing of it. Many ridges in the Appalachians have old towers, remnants of a time when rangers watched for signs of wildfire before satellite imaging and aircraft patrols took over. But this one struck me as unusual because I had not seen it marked on the map, and I had studied that map with care before leaving home. I am not the kind of hiker who ventures into the backcountry without at least some research and a structure like that should have been indicated. Yet there it was, as plain as the sky behind it, an iron tower with a cabin perched at the top. Curiosity tugged at me more than caution, so I made my way toward it. The trail bent around the ridge, and within minutes I was standing at the base of the structure. It looked old but not decrepit, Weathered metal painted in patches of gray and dull green, bolts rusting but still holding firm. Wooden planks forming the steps that spiraled upward. The air smelled faintly of creosote and pine resin, the way old lumber sometimes does, when it has been baked for years in the sun. I set my pack down against one of the tower's legs and tilted my head back to look up. The cab at the top had glass windows on all four sides, though a few panes were cracked. It was maybe 60 feet high, tall enough to look over the canopy, but not so tall as to seem unsafe. Still, when the wind shifted, the whole tower groaned in its joints, and I felt a momentary hesitation. But solitude breeds daring, and I wanted to see the view. So, after a quick drink from my canteen, I started up the staircase. Each step complained under my boots, some with a low moan, others with a sharp squeak. I gripped the rail, though the wood was smooth from years of weathering. Halfway up, I paused to look down. My pack sat where I had left it, a small patch of blue nylon in the fading light. The forest spread out in every direction, ridges rolling toward the horizon, like the backs of giant sleeping animals. At the top, I pushed open the narrow door into the cab. It stuck at first, then gave way with a sigh. Inside, the space was small but serviceable, just large enough for a desk, a stool, and a metal cot folded against one wall. Dust coated everything, though not as thickly as I would have expected if it had been abandoned for decades. Someone had been here, perhaps not recently, but not centuries ago either. The windows provided a panoramic view that stole my breath. The blue ridge stretched in layers of blue and purple, fading into mist. The sun had sunk lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson. For a long while I simply stood there, palms resting on the sill, drinking in the sight. There was something profoundly peaceful about being that high alone, with the wind whispering through the glass cracks. I remember thinking it was the perfect spot to rest. Safer, even, than pitching my tent on the ridge. If it hadn't been so dusty, I might have unrolled my sleeping bag, right there in the tower. But I wanted to cook my meal, and it seemed rude somehow to strike a fire so close to the structure. So I climbed back down, retrieved my pack, and set up camp a short distance away, where the trees thinned into a clearing. That night passed uneventfully. I boiled water, rehydrated a pouch of beef stew, and sat cross-legged in the dark listening to the cicadas, while my headlamp threw a circle of light on the ground. When I finally crawled into my tent, the stars were out in fierce numbers, and the silhouette of the fire tower stood stark against them, like a watchman keeping vigil. I slept deeply, lulled by the wind and the faint groan of the tower's joints. The next morning, I packed up and made my way down the ridge, tracing my steps back to the trailhead. I had arranged to meet two of my friends, Jeremy and Kyle, for a follow-up hike the following day. They were less comfortable with solitude than I was, but they enjoyed the exercise and the scenery. I told them about the fire tower with some enthusiasm, describing the view from the top, and I suggested we hike back up together so they could see it too. Jeremy laughed. "You and your obsession with climbing things. Remember that time you dragged us up the old water tower in town?" Kyle shook his head but smiled. "I'll admit, though, that does sound cool. An old fire tower in the middle of nowhere. I'm in." So, the next day, the three of us set out together. The weather was fair, the sky a clear blue, and we made steady progress up the ridge. I felt a quiet thrill at the idea of showing them the place. There is something satisfying about leading friends to a hidden treasure, something you stumbled across on your own. We reached the ridge around the same time of day as I had before. The sun was beginning its descent, shadows lengthening, though not yet as dramatic as the evening prior. I pointed ahead, excitement in my voice. It should be right there, just around that bend. You'll see it as soon as we clear the trees. But when we rounded the bend, the tower was gone. I stopped so abruptly that Jeremy nearly bumped into me. The ridge stretched ahead, lined with trees and undergrowth, just as before. No iron legs, no staircase, no silhouette against the sky. Just a stand of oaks and pines swaying gently in the mountain breeze. "Where's this tower, Brian?" Kyle asked, squinting. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. My heart began to pound. "It was here," I said, my voice sharper than intended. "Right here. I climbed it. I spent the night next to it." Jeremy frowned. "Man, there's nothing here. Are you sure you weren't off the trail? Maybe farther down the ridge?" "No," I said, shaking my head. My certainty was absolute. I knew this spot. The angle of the slope, the scatter of rocks near the clearing, even the notch in the ridgeline where the sun now slipped. It was the same place. The same exact place. Yet where the fire tower had stood, there were only trees. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and I suddenly felt the same prickling unease I used to get as a child when I wandered too far from home and realized I no longer recognized the way back. I stood there on the ridge, staring at the trees as if they were trying to mock me. Where iron legs should have risen, rooted trunks now swayed. The air smelled of pine and loam, not of rust or creosote. For a moment, I thought maybe I had lost my bearings, that I had miscounted the bends of the trail or mistaken this ridge for another. But my gut refused that excuse. I knew this spot too well. I could close my eyes and still picture the fire tower, standing sentinel against the skyline, the wind sighing through its joints, the view from its windows. Jeremy and Kyle glanced at each other, then back at me. Jeremy let out a short laugh, though it sounded nervous. "Maybe you dreamed it, man. You were out here alone, tired from the hike. Could have just been one of those half-dream things." "No," I said, more firmly. "I climbed it. I touched the rails. The wood creaked under my boots. I slept in my tent with that thing right there in my line of sight. It wasn't a dream." Kyle crouched near the edge of the clearing, brushing aside fallen leaves with his hand. "If there was a tower, there'd be something left. A foundation, concrete blocks, old bolts, something." He was right. Fire towers weren't light structures. They were built to withstand storms and years of watch duty. Even abandoned, they left scars on the land. Anchors, debris, rusted scrap. I scanned the ground, expecting at least to find a square of cracked concrete or a hole where one of the legs had stood. But there was nothing. Only moss, roots, and pine needles spread across undisturbed earth. A cold sweat beaded on the back of my neck. "I swear it was here," I murmured, though my certainty was beginning to feel like a rope slipping from my hands. Jeremy sighed and slung off his pack. "Well, tower or no tower, we should eat. It's getting late." He tried to sound casual, but I noticed how often his eyes flicked toward the tree line. Maybe my unease was bleeding into them. We made camp not far from where I had pitched my tent the night before. I recognized the clearing instantly, down to the scatter of stones where I had bowled my water. I even found the faint circle of flattened grass where my tent had been. Proof that I had been here. proof that I wasn't imagining things. Yet that proof made the absence of the tower even more impossible to swallow. Dinner passed quietly. Jeremy and Kyle chatted about work, about a new brewery opening in town, about anything but me or the Phantom Fire Tower. I barely tasted my food. My eyes kept drifting to the trees, where the structure should have been half, expecting to see it reappear when I blinked. By the time the stars came out, my nerves were frayed. I volunteered for first watch, though we hadn't planned on keeping one. It wasn't necessary. This wasn't grizzly country, and black bears avoided camps when they swung at humans. But something in me insisted I stay awake. The forest settled into nighttime rhythm. Cicadas buzzed. A barred owl hooted from somewhere distant. The wind shifted, carrying with it the faint, almost imagined groan of metal. My head snapped toward the sound, but there was only forest. I don't know how long I sat like that, straining my ears, when the feeling hit me. A pressure, subtle but undeniable, like being watched from somewhere high above. My skin prickled, and without meaning to, my eyes lifted to the ridge's crest. There it was, the fire tower. Not in daylight, not solid, but limned in faint silver light. Its legs skeletal and insubstantial, its cab perched above the canopy like a lantern. For a breathless moment, I saw it exactly as it had been. The same height, the same silhouette, though washed pale as if it were only a reflection. And then, like mist shifting in wind, it was gone. I staggered to my feet, heart hammering. Jeremy stirred in his sleeping bag, grumbling. What's wrong? I wanted to wake them fully, to insist they look, but the words stuck. I knew, with a sudden, sharp instinct, that if I called attention to it, if I shouted, the tower wouldn't appear again. Or worse, it might appear too clearly. Nothing, I said after a moment. Just thought I saw something. The night dragged on. I fought sleep until my vision blurred, and when Kyle shook me awake for his turn at watch, I collapsed onto my bag and drifted off, despite the fear knotted in my chest. When morning came, the forest was ordinary again. Too ordinary. Birds called, dew glittered, and the ridge looked like any other along the Blue Ridge. The tower's absence was total, unyielding. We hiked down in silence. Jeremy tried to joke a few times, but it fell flat. Kyle avoided my eyes. I carried the weight of something I couldn't explain, replaying every detail in my head until it blurred. Back in town, the mystery gnawed at me. I couldn't let it go. Maps became my obsession. I scoured old forestry documents, poring over scanned archives in grainy black, and white photos of watchtowers long dismantled. And then I found it, a reference in a brittle 1940s fire control report. A tower listed on the very ridge where I had camped. Built in 1934, removed in 1971. That night, I barely slept. The confirmation didn't comfort me. It only deepened the strangeness. Because if the tower had been dismantled half a century ago, what had I climbed? Over the next week, I tried to convince myself it had been a trick of memory or fatigue. But the memory of the creaking steps, of the rough wood under my palms, was too vivid. I could still feel the way. The wind pressed against the cab's windows, still see the view stretched in layered blues and purples. It wasn't a dream. Eventually, I told myself I had to go back. Jeremy and Kyle wanted nothing to do with it. When I brought it up, Jeremy shook his head sharply. No, man. Whatever you think you saw out there, I don't want any part of it. Kyle was quieter, but his refusal was just as firm. Some things aren't worth poking at. Let it be. So I planned a return trip alone. The second hike was harder, heavier, as though the ridge itself resisted my return. Clouds pressed low, muting the light. Every step felt louder than it should have been. Boots crunching leaves in a forest that seemed to hold its breath. When I reached the clearing, nothing had changed. No tower, no trace, only trees silent and still. But I had not come unprepared. This time I brought a small camcorder, the kind used by hobbyists. I set it on a tripod aimed at the spot where the tower should be, adjusted the focus, and let it record while I sat on a log nearby. Hours passed. Shadows stretched. My stomach knotted with hunger, but I didn't dare move too far. Just when despair began to sink in, the air shifted. The same prickling awareness swept over me, and I lifted my eyes. The tower was there. This time I didn't just see it. I felt it. The pressure in my chest intensified, like the weight of a storm. The iron legs gleamed faintly, unreal yet present, and I could swear I heard the steps groaning though no one climbed them. The cab windows reflected no light, only blackness deeper than night. My hand shook as I fumbled for the camcorder. The red recording light blinked steadily. Proof, I thought. I had proof. But when I glanced at the screen, my stomach dropped. The display showed only trees. Empty ridge, swaying branches. No tower. I looked up again. Tower. Looked down at the screen. Trees. It was as if the lens refused to acknowledge it. A strange compulsion gripped me then, one I can't rationalize. I rose and walked toward the place where the legs should have rooted. The closer I drew, the colder the air became, until my breath fogged. My skin prickled with goose flesh, and then I felt it. The ground beneath my boots vibrated faintly, in rhythm with something heavy shifting above. My ears filled with the sound of creaking wood, the groan of rusted bolts, though the space before me was empty. My vision wavered. One heartbeat I saw trees, the next I saw iron. Both real, both impossible. I reached out, hand trembling, and touched the air. It wasn't empty. My palm pressed against something rough and splintered. Wood, the railing of a staircase. I yanked my hand back with a cry, staring at my palm as if it might bear some mark. It didn't, but I could still feel the grain of the timber, the bite of a splinter lodged in my skin. I staggered backward, breath coming fast. The tower loomed above me, flickering between existence and absence. I don't know how long I stood there before the weight became too much. My vision tunneled, black edges closing in, and I collapsed onto the ground. When I woke, the sky was deep with twilight. My camcorder still blinked, recording nothing but the still forest. The tower was gone. Only trees swayed above me. I packed in silence, numb, and made the long descent in darkness. That night, back in my apartment, I pulled the splinter from my palm with tweezers. It was real. A tiny shard of weathered wood, as though ripped from something that shouldn't exist. I still have it, sealed in a small glass vial on my desk. I don't know why I keep it. Proof, reminder, warning. Whatever that tower is, it doesn't belong to our world. Yet I can't shake the feeling that it noticed me as much as I noticed it. In the days that followed my second encounter with the tower, sleep became a stranger. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the sensation of rough wood beneath my hand, as if my skin still remembered what my mind refused to accept. The splinter sat sealed in its vial, a silent piece of evidence I couldn't look away from. At night, it seemed to glow faintly under the lamp on my desk, though when I blinked, it was always dull again. I tried to bury myself in routine. Work, errands, meaningless conversation. But the ridge haunted me. Every glance at a tree line, every groan of metal from a construction site dragged me back. More than once, I caught myself staring at cell towers or water towers in town, half expecting them to vanish the moment I turned away. Eventually, I broke. I told myself I had to understand, even if the truth destroyed my peace. I needed to know why the tower had shown itself to me, why it lingered when it had no right to, why my hand had been able to touch what my camera could not. So I planned a third return. This time, I prepared as if for battle. Not just gear and food, but research, notes, and copied maps. I carried a compass, 2 notebooks, 3 extra batteries for the camcorder, and a handheld GPS unit. If the tower appeared again, I would record everything I could. Direction, coordinates, temperature, even my pulse if necessary. It felt ridiculous, obsessive. But I couldn't shake the conviction that the more I documented, the more control I might wrestle back. The weather turned against me as soon as I set foot on the trail. Clouds piled heavy overhead, swallowing the sun. The air thickened, damp and metallic, like the charged breath before lightning. Each step carried me deeper into silence. Even the birds seemed to have abandoned the ridge. When I reached the clearing, my stomach knotted. The place was unchanged. Ordinary forest. The same stones, the same sweep of slope. Yet the weight in the air was unmistakable, pressing down on me like a hand on the back of my neck. I set the tripod, angled the camcorder, and hit record. The red light blinked steadily. My notes lay open on a log, pen at the ready. For hours, nothing stirred. Just wind moving through branches, the occasional patter of mist. But then the ridge changed. It began with sound. A groan, low and distant, rolling through the trees like the protest of a strained beam. Then another, closer. The hair on my arms rose. I checked the camcorder. Still nothing but trees. Yet when I lifted my eyes, the tower resolved out of the mist like a photograph developing. This time it was sharper, less spectral, more solid. Iron legs dug into the earth, dark and wet. Steps spiraled upward, slick with rain. The cab above loomed with a heaviness that made the sky seem thinner around it. My heart thundered. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced my legs forward. Each step toward the base felt like pushing against water. My movements slowed, my breath thick. The air hummed with vibration, and I realized it wasn't just my fear. It was the tower itself. It pulsed like a living thing. At the first leg, I pressed my hand against the iron, cold, real. The camcorder screen, still visible from where it sat, showed only a tree trunk where my hand rested. But my skin told me otherwise. I looked up at the stairs. They swayed slightly in the windless air, boards creaking as if something unseen had just walked them. I don't know why I did it. Maybe obsession, maybe madness. But I put my foot on the first step. The wood groaned. My weight held. Another step, then another. Each creak echoed up the tower, magnified, until it sounded like the whole structure was groaning in protest. Halfway up, the world below blurred. The forest dissolved into gray mist, the ground receding until I could no longer see my camcorder or the clearing. Only the tower remained, suspended in some between place. My lungs burned. I climbed faster. The higher I rose, the heavier the air became, pressing against my chest until each breath was a ragged gasp. But the compulsion drove me upward. I had to see. I had to know. At the cab, the door stood ajar. It swayed slightly, though no wind touched it. I pushed it open with a trembling hand. Inside, the space was the same as before. Desk, stool, folded cot, but wrong. The dust was thicker, layered in patterns like ripples, disturbed as though by invisible hands. The windows were black, not with dirt or shadow, but with something absolute, a darkness that devoured all light. I couldn't see the mountains, the ridges, the sky. Just blackness, pressing against the glass like water outside a submarine. And then I realized I wasn't alone. Something shifted in the corner. Not a shape, not exactly. More like the suggestion of one, a distortion of the dust and air. My skin crawled, and I took a step back. But the door had swung shut behind me. The air grew colder. My breath came in plumes, curling and vanishing before they reached the dark windows. The distortion in the corner thickened, coalescing into something almost humanoid. Long, thin. Its head tilted as though regarding me with unseen eyes. The groaning of the tower deepened, a sound that vibrated in my ribs. I understood, with sudden clarity, that the tower wasn't just a structure. It was a vessel, a husk, and whatever stood in the corner had built itself a home inside it. It moved. One long arm extended, bending wrong at the elbow, reaching toward me. The space between us seemed to stretch and contract, like distance meant nothing here. My heart slammed against my ribs. My legs locked. The thing didn't touch me. Not directly. Instead, its hand hovered inches from my chest, and I felt the air itself shift. My thoughts scattered. Memories flashing in staccato bursts. Childhood woods, high school hikes, every lonely ridge I'd ever walked. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking through me, into me, pulling at something deeper than flesh. I don't know how long I stood frozen like that. Seconds, minutes, maybe hours. All I know is that when it withdrew its hand, the blackness at the windows shuddered. The whole cab shook violently, as if the tower were straining to hold me inside. Instinct took over. I lunged for the door, yanked it open, and stumbled onto the landing. The stairs writhed beneath me, twisting as the structure itself wanted me back. I half fell, half scrambled down, hands ripping on splintered rails. When my boots hit the ground, I collapsed. The world snapped back. The forest, the ridge, the fading light. The tower was gone. My camcorder sat where I'd left it, red light still blinking. I grabbed it with shaking hands and shut it off. For a moment, I thought about reviewing the footage right there. But some instinct screamed not to. Not yet. The hike down was a blur of panic and rain. I don't remember reaching my car. Only the moment I slammed the door and realized I was sobbing, chest heaving with terror I couldn't contain. Back in my apartment, I finally watched the recording. It showed me sitting on the log, writing in my notebook. Hours passed. Mist rolled. Then, without warning, I stood, walked forward, and stopped in the clearing. My hands stretched into empty air, fingers twitching as if touching something unseen. Then I lifted my foot and placed it on nothing. To the camera. I was climbing stairs that weren't there. Step after step, rising into emptiness. Minutes later, I jerked, stumbled, and collapsed onto the ground. The footage ended with me crawling back to the camcorder, eyes wide, face pale. I watched it twice, then a third time, hands clammy. There was no tower, no structure, only me climbing into nothing. The vial still sits on my desk. The splinter hasn't changed, though sometimes, when the light is low, I swear I see shadows writhing inside the glass. I haven't gone back to the ridge. I tell myself I won't. But I also know the truth. I can't stop thinking about it. Because the thing in that cab didn't just look at me. It marked me. And sometimes, in the dead hours of the night, when my apartment is silent and the city sleeps, I hear it, the groan of bolts, the creak of old wood. I rise from bed and stand at my window, staring into the distance. And for the briefest, most terrifying moments, I see it. The tower, standing among the rooftops, watching, waiting. My name is Olivia Ray, and I was raised with the kind of reverence for mountains that you only develop when they are both your shelter and your challenge. I grew up in western North Carolina, where ridges folded over each other in endless waves, and cold streams cut the valleys into veins. My family lived close enough to town that we never felt completely remote, but the forest had always been the greater neighbor. Even as a child, I used to disappear barefoot into the trees, convinced that if I walked far enough, the land itself might whisper secrets. That hunger to belong to the wilderness never left me, and even as an adult I seek out places where human noise dies away and only the earth remains. I was 27 when I learned that sometimes the land whispers back in ways that you should never have wanted to hear. That late summer afternoon was hot enough to press sweat into my shirt and sting my scalp through my hair. I had driven west into the Smokies, where trails tangled like forgotten strings, and picked one that wandered along a creek. The forest was dense with oak and rhododendron, their leaves glossy, the air heavy with the scent of damp soil. Every step echoed with cicadas shrieking from the trees. I remember thinking how alive the woods felt, how swollen with heat and growth, and I wanted nothing more than to step into the coolness of the water. The creek was shallow, maybe knee-deep at most, but its water moved fast enough that it sang against the rocks. I unlaced my boots, peeled off my socks, and pressed my feet into the current. The shock of cold was immediate, a bite that traveled up my legs, but it felt like a kind of relief. My toes sought the smooth stones on the bottom, and I laughed quietly at myself for acting like a kid again, waiting where no trail marker told me to. Sometimes freedom is no bigger than the space between banks. I walked slowly upstream, water swirling around my calves. Minnows darted between shadows, flashing silver in the sunlight. Every step lifted the earthy smell of stirred silt. I had been hiking alone for hours, and the solitude had settled into me like an old blanket, comfortable, familiar. That was why the sight of her struck me so sharply. It broke a silence I hadn't even realized I was carrying. The girl was under the water. At first, I thought I was looking at weeds, tangled along the stones, a dark cloud of hair shifting with the current. But then her face emerged out of the distortion of the ripples. Pale, blurred, but unmistakably human. She was lying on the creek bed, as though the water had always belonged to her, as though the current itself was a blanket drawn over her body. Her eyes were open, her lips curved, and in that impossible moment she smiled at me. It didn't make sense. The water was shallow. No one could have stayed beneath it without surfacing for air. Yet she remained, her mouth still set in that faint, deliberate grin, hair drifting like a drowned woman's. My first thought was that I had stumbled on a body, but bodies do not smile, and they do not look back. I froze where I stood, the current tugging at my legs. The world around me had collapsed into stillness, except for the stream's endless murmur. I cannot say how long I stared down at her, unable to blink, unable to move. I should have screamed or run or dropped to my knees to drag her out, but something about her expression rooted me. The smile was not cruel nor kind. It was recognition, like she had been waiting for me. A bird shrieked overhead, sharp and sudden, and I startled enough to break the spell. I stumbled backward, water splashing up to my knees, and when I looked again, the creek bed was empty. Stones glimmered under the current. Weeds swayed where her hair had been. No face stared back. No smile lingered beneath the surface. The girl was gone. I stood there panting, water streaming off my legs, heart hammering as though I had just escaped something. My rational mind scrambled for explanation. I told myself it had been sunlight and current, a trick of shadow and weeds. People see faces in clouds, in knots of wood. Why not in ripples of water? My brain wanted an answer neat enough to box up and set aside. But when I pulled myself back to the bank and laced my boots with shaking hands, I could still see her eyes locked on mine, still feel that smile hovering like an imprint against my skin. I pushed myself hard up the trail after that, eager to put distance between myself and the creek. My body moved on autopilot, while my mind kept circling the same memory, replaying it with frantic insistence. The more I tried to dismiss it as an illusion, the more real it became. The shadows of the woods seemed thicker, their silence broken only by my uneven breath. By the time I reached my car, I was trembling, though the air was still hot and heavy. Driving back toward town, every curve of the road felt unfamiliar, though I had traveled it many times before. My reflection in the windshield glass looked pale, drained, as if the water had taken something from me when I stepped into it. When I got home that night, I poured myself a drink and sat at the kitchen table until long after dark, trying to write down exactly what I had seen. I thought if I pinned it to paper, the strangeness would shrink. Instead, each sentence felt like confirmation that I had stepped into something larger than myself. Sleep did not come easily. When it did, it brought with it the water. In my dreams, the creek bed stretched endlessly beneath me, stones gleaming like bones. She was always there, hair drifting, smile unchanged. Sometimes she reached out a hand, though it never broke the surface. Sometimes she mouthed words I could not hear. I would wake with my throat raw, as though I had been shouting underwater. Days passed, but the memory did not fade. I found myself tracing back roads toward the mountains, my car steering almost against my will. I wanted to prove to myself that the creek was nothing more than what it had always been. Just water, just stones. I wanted to walk into it again and see only minnows and weeds to overwrite that one unbearable moment. Part of me knew it was foolish, dangerous even, but another part burned with a curiosity that felt like hunger. If she was there, waiting, I had to know. The second trip came a week later. The air was cooler, touched with the first edge of autumn, but the woods were no less heavy with silence. I retraced the trail, heart thudding harder the closer I came to the creek. When I stepped into the water this time, I half expected her face to bloom instantly from the current. But the stones lay bare. The water was only water. Relief loosened my chest even as disappointment crept in beside it. I waded deeper, searching every shadow, every glint. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, just as I turned to step back toward shore, I saw her again. Not lying still this time, but drifting alongside me, her face tilted up, as though she floated just beneath the surface. Her smile widened by a fraction, enough to send ice lancing through me. My breath caught, and the next thing I knew my feet had slipped, the current pulling me down. Cold engulfed me, shocking, merciless. My eyes opened underwater, and she was inches away. Her hair brushed my skin like weeds. Her eyes burned clear, unwavering. That same smile, intimate, patient, as if she had all the time in the world. My lungs screamed for air, but I couldn't move, caught in her gaze. When I finally wrenched myself upward, breaking the surface with a gasp, the creek was empty again. She was gone, as though she had never been there at all. I crawled onto the bank, coughing water, every muscle shivering. The forest loomed quiet around me, indifferent. I knew then that this was not something I could shrug away as illusion. The girl in the creek was real in some way that defied explanation, and she had chosen me to see her. And I was already too deep to look away. I told myself I wouldn't go back. After dragging myself out of that creek a second time, lungs burning, heart frantic, I swore I would keep away from the mountains, from the trail, from anything that smelled like moss and cold stone. But oaths spoken to yourself in the quiet of fear are thin things. They don't last. By the next morning, curiosity had already started, gnawing its way through the fabric of my promise, whispering that maybe I had imagined it all. Maybe the panic of slipping had turned shadows into faces. Maybe there had been no smile, no girl, only water and terror. The human mind will twist itself in knots to find a way to sleep easier at night. Mine twisted until it almost snapped. I tried to fill my days with anything else. Errands. The numbing shuffle of routine. But each time I washed my hands or poured a glass, the sound of running water stole me back to the creek. Each time I caught my reflection in a window, I expected to see her pale face staring from over my shoulder, hair drifting in the invisible current. I avoided mirrors, avoided even puddles on the street after a rainstorm, because rippling water no longer felt like something harmless. It felt like a door. By the end of that week, I had stopped sleeping altogether. My dreams were too heavy with her. In them I was always underwater, lungs tight, while she smiled and reached out as if to gather me close. Sometimes I thought she whispered my name, though no sound reached me. I woke gasping in the dark, the sheets twisted, throat raw, and more than once I found my legs damp, as if I had stepped barefoot into water in my sleep. I lived alone. There was no one to reassure me that it was just sweat. I began to doubt that myself. One night I left all the lights burning, every lamp in every room, and still shadows swam across the walls in shapes like hair drifting in a current. My exhaustion had reached a dangerous pitch, and when dawn came I told myself I had two choices: surrender to this haunting in silence, or go back to that creek and face it head on. To see her again, to force the truth out of whatever waited there. Fear is a kind of leash, and I had grown sick of feeling it tighten around my throat. So I chose to return. That decision carried me back into the mountains, like a moth dragging itself toward flame. The morning was gray, clouds smothering the sun, and the forest seemed older, heavier than it had before. Each tree leaned closer, trunks dark with moss, branches whispering above me. I walked faster than I should have, as if part of me wanted to reach the water before my courage gave out. My pack dug into my shoulders, but I ignored it. All I could think about was the sound of the creek, whether she would be waiting, whether she wanted me to come. The trail bent and dipped, and then I heard it, the rush of water over stone, as familiar now as a voice calling my name. My stomach tightened. Every nerve in me trembled with dread and anticipation in equal measure. I broke into a jog, crashing through undergrowth, until the trees opened to that same bend of the creek. The water was lower than before, slow and glassy, reflecting the heavy sky. It looked harmless, It always looked harmless. I stripped my boots and socks, then stood at the edge for a long time, toes pressed into the mud. I half expected her face to bloom instantly from beneath the surface, that fixed smile meeting mine. Nothing stirred. The creek whispered past, as if no secret lingered in its depths. I told myself that was proof enough, that I could turn back, but the hunger inside me wouldn't allow it. I stepped in. The water was colder than before, biting through the skin of my legs. I moved slowly, feeling each stone with my toes. My breath came shallow, eyes darting at every flicker of movement. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. It was impossible to measure time with my heart pounding in my throat. The creek remained empty. My relief was sharp, but it was tinged with disappointment that tasted like guilt. I had risked everything for nothing more than silence. I turned toward shore, already reaching for the safety of land. That was when I saw her. She was standing farther upstream, waist deep in the water. Though I had heard no splash, no movement announcing her arrival. Her hair clung in dark sheets to her shoulders, trailing into the current, and her dress, or what looked like a dress, was pale, filmy, indistinguishable from the surface of the water itself. She did not blink. She only smiled. Not a wide grin, but that same small, knowing curve of lips that had frozen me the first time. My throat tightened. "Who are you?" The words scraped out without thought. My voice sounded strange in the hush of the forest, almost swallowed before it reached her. She did not answer. She only tilted her head as if considering me, smile deepening by a fraction. Then she sank. Not stumbled or fell, but lowered herself with unnatural slowness, vanishing beneath the surface without a ripple. I couldn't breathe. My legs moved before my mind agreed, carrying me forward against the pull of the current. I reached the spot where she had stood, but there was nothing beneath. Only water, only stones, only silence. I spun, searching, but she was gone as if she had never been. My chest heaved, my skin burned cold, and yet, God help me, I wasn't horrified. I was entranced. I don't remember leaving the creek. One moment I was staring down into the water. The next I was on the bank, dripping, pulling my boots back on with numb hands. I walked the trail as if in a trance, the forest muffled around me. I couldn't recall the drive home. Only that by the time I reached my apartment, twilight had soaked the sky, and I felt hollow, stripped of something. But inside that hollowness was a strange exhilaration. I had seen her again. I hadn't been imagining her. She was real. That night I didn't bother trying to sleep. I sat by the window with the lights off, staring out at the reflection of the street lamps on the wet pavement. Every shimmer of water reminded me of her. And then, just past midnight, I saw it. In the reflection on the glass over my shoulder, the faintest suggestion of a face. Eyes wide. Hair drifting though no breeze stirred. And that smile. Always that smile. I spun, but the apartment was empty. The reflection was gone. Still. My skin prickled as if invisible hands had brushed it. I pressed my palms hard against my temples, whispering to myself that I was losing my mind. But another voice, deeper, truer, whispered back, "She followed you home." The days after that blurred. I could not escape her. Every faucet, every puddle, every sheen of rain on the street felt alive with her presence. Once, while washing dishes, I saw her hair coil up through the water in the sink. Once, stepping from the shower, I caught her silhouette in the steam on the mirror, smiling, waiting. I began to dread drinking water, yet thirst forced me to. Each swallow felt like drawing her deeper inside me. My friends noticed my absence, my exhaustion, and they texted or called, but I ignored them. What could I say? That I was haunted by a girl who lived in a creek. That she was smiling at me right now, in the gleam of the glass I held. I knew I should run. Leave town, flee the mountains, bury myself in some dry, sun-blasted place where rivers were only memory. But I didn't, because beneath the fear was something darker, something that felt dangerously like longing. She wanted me. Not in words, not in touch, but in presence, in that unbroken gaze. And I wanted her. Or maybe I wanted the part of myself that she had awakened. The part that could no longer settle for the ordinary world. I told myself I would go back one last time. That I would walk into the creek and demand an answer. That I would either free myself or surrender, whatever that meant. The thought terrified me, but it also steadied me. At least I had a choice, and I meant to take it. When I left my apartment that morning, the sky was heavy with storm clouds. The air smelled electric charged. As I drove west, rain began to fall in sudden sheets, drumming the windshield until the wipers could barely keep pace. The mountains rose dark ahead of me, veiled in mist, and every mile closer felt like a stepper into something I could no longer retreat from. I knew I might not come back, and though fear clawed at me, a strange calm filled me too. If she was waiting, I was ready. The storm chased me into the mountains like a living thing. Rain lashed the windshield in sheets, branches thrashed above the road, and thunder rolled so low it rattled through the frame of my car. I should have turned back. The forest in that weather was no place for anyone. But I drove on as if some invisible hand pressed down on the wheel, guiding me toward the creek. Toward her. The trailhead was nearly washed out, gravel slick under my boots. The downpour soaked me within seconds, water seeping through every seam of my jacket. The trees swayed hard, their trunks groaning as the wind shoved them, and the air smelled of lightning. But beneath all that fury, the creek's voice rose steady and clear. That endless rush of water over stone called me, more surely than any human voice. I stumbled down the trail, mud sucking at my steps, the storm deafening. By the time I reached the clearing, dusk had folded itself into the storm clouds, darkening the world into a blur of shadow and silver. The creek swelled high, frothing, its banks spilling over with white water. It no longer looked like the gentle stream where I had first waded barefoot. It looked wild, ravenous, hungry, and she was there, standing waist deep in the torrent, pale dress clinging to her body. Hair plastered across her shoulders but still drifting as though underwater. The current battered her, yet she didn't move, didn't stumble. Her eyes found mine instantly, and her smile widened, the same impossible curve that seemed both tender and cruel. I called out, though my voice was nearly swallowed by the storm. "What do you want from me?" My throat burned with the effort. The words felt absurd in the roar of wind and water, but I meant them with every fiber left in me. She tilted her head, that smile unbroken. Then she lifted one hand. Not above the water, not beckoning. She simply raised it until the current slid across her wrist, palm turned toward me. A gesture that said, "Come." I shook my head, trembling. "I can't." My boots sank deeper in the mud at the bank, rain running down my face like tears. Lightning split the clouds overhead, and in the white flash, I thought I saw her mouth move. No sound reached me, but the shape of her lips was unmistakable. "Olivia." my name. The creek surged louder, drowning everything else. My chest constricted, torn between terror and yearning. The whole world seemed to contract, until there was only her smile and the water between us. And then, I stepped in. The cold slammed into me like stone. The current grabbed my legs instantly, dragging me sideways, nearly knocking me down. I fought for balance, arms flailing, and staggered forward through the torrent. My teeth clattered against each other, my breath ragged, but I kept moving. Her smile held me steady, her gaze anchoring me. By the time I reached her, the water was at my chest. It shoved at me with the force of a living animal, yet she stood motionless, serene. I reached out, trembling, and my hand passed through nothing but icy current. For one dizzying second, I thought she wasn't real after all. But then fingers brushed mine, cold, smooth, impossibly strong, and closed around them. Her touch burned like frostbite. I gasped, the shock jolting up my arm, but I didn't pull away. She held me lightly, almost tenderly, her smile closer now, her eyes dark and endless. The creek roared, thunder cracked, and everything else in the world fell away. There was only her hand in mine. Then she pulled. I went under before I could scream. The river swallowed me whole, the weight of it crushing, pressing the air from my lungs in a rush of bubbles. Darkness and silver surged around me, stones scraping my shins, and in that blur I saw her face inches from mine. Her hair wrapped me, silk strands binding my arms, her smile never faltering. I kicked, writhed, panic exploding through me, but her grip was unyielding. My lungs convulsed. I opened my mouth involuntarily, water searing into me, and the last of my scream shredded into nothing. I thought, this is it. This is how I die. Pulled into the creek, drowned by a smiling girl who should not exist. And then everything shifted. The pressure fell away. The roar of the storm dulled. My body floated light, suspended, as if the water had turned to air. I opened my eyes and found myself in silence. The creek was gone. The forest was gone. Around me stretched endless gray, a depthless expanse like fog under glass. And she stood before me, whole, clear, as if this place belonged to her alone. Her smile softened. She released my hand, and where her fingers had gripped, my skin glowed faintly blue. I stared, dazed at the light tracing my veins. "What are you?" I whispered. My voice carried here, unbroken, though I had no breath to speak it with. She tilted her head, hair drifting around her like it had in the creek. Then she stepped closer, and her lips parted. This time, sound reached me, a voice low and soft, rippling like water over stone. "I am what waits." I shook my head, fear and awe tangling inside me. "Why me?" Her smile didn't falter. She lifted a hand and touched her fingertip to the center of my chest. Cold radiated through me, spreading like ink in water. "Because you stepped in." I tried to back away, but there was nowhere to go. The gray stretched forever, empty but heavy with presence. Her eyes never left mine. "You saw me," she murmured. "And now you are mine." I wanted to scream, to run, to fight. But part of me, the deepest part, wanted to surrender. To dissolve into that gray, into her smile, to stop fighting and simply belong. That temptation terrified me more than her grip. The gray shuddered. A crack split through it like lightning, and suddenly I was back in the torrent of the creek, coughing water, breaking the surface with a gasp so violent my ribs ached. The storm shrieked around me. The current dragged me downstream, battering me against rocks. Somehow I clawed my way to the bank, hauling myself onto mud, retching water, body trembling with exhaustion. I collapsed on the ground, rain pounding my face, lungs clawing at air. My vision blurred, darkness edging in. Just before it claimed me, I looked back at the creek. For a moment, just a flicker between lightning strikes, she stood there in the water again. Smiling. Always smiling. I woke hours later under a thin dawn. The storm had broken, leaving the forest damp and silent. My body ached as though I'd been beaten, but I was alive. Somehow. My boots were gone, carried off by the current, and my clothes clung stiff with dried mud. I staggered to my feet, each step heavier than the last, and made my way back to the trailhead. The world beyond the trees looked unchanged. Cars on the road. Sunlight pushing through clouds, ordinary life moving forward. But inside me, nothing was the same. Her touch still burned in my chest. That faint glow pulsing beneath my skin when I looked too closely. And every time I closed my eyes, I saw her waiting in the gray. I haven't gone back to the creek. Not yet. Maybe I never will. But I know this much: she isn't bound to that water anymore. I see her in reflections, in windows, in rain pooling on the street. Sometimes at night I wake to the sound of rushing water, though every faucet in my apartment is closed tight. And sometimes, when the silence is deep enough, I hear her voice echo inside me, I am what waits. She is patient. She is smiling. And I know that one day soon, whether I choose it or not, I will step into her world again. My name is Thomas Reeves, and I have spent much of my adult life seeking quiet corners of the wilderness where human voice is thin and the earth speaks louder. I am not a reckless man, though I confess I have always been drawn to the forgotten and the half-ruined. Places where history lingers like smoke, where the land remembers things better left unsaid. When I tell you what happened that night in the meadow, I need you to believe that I am not a liar nor a man prone to hallucination. I heard what I heard. Others with me did too. The fact that none of us can explain, it has haunted me more than the memory itself. We camped in that field beneath a clean sheet of stars and heard a church bell toll at midnight. Deep, sonorous, deliberate. Yet the nearest church had burned down decades before, and the sound was not drifting on the wind from some far off steeple. It rose from the earth itself, as though beneath our tents lay a buried cathedral, tolling for the dead. I had not planned the trip alone. 3 of us went out together. Myself, Daniel Hurst, and Mariah Lane. The 3 of us had been close since college, bound by hiking trips and the kind of friendship forged from long miles on the trail. Daniel was the strongest of us, a tall, rangy man with a laugh too quick and a voice that carried farther than he knew. Mariah was our careful one, the one who checked maps twice and packed bandages in her kit. I was somewhere between them, more reflective, not quite as bold as Daniel, not quite as meticulous as Mariah. We made a good balance. Or we thought we did, until that night tipped us all toward madness. The meadow lay in the foothills of the Appalachians, a clearing reached by following an old logging road that had not seen a truck in half a century. Wildflowers claimed the ruts, and the pines pressed close on either side. We had hiked most of the day before reaching the field. The air was cooler there, the grass soft, and the circle of sky wide enough to promise starlight unbroken by branches. We were tired, and the meadow looked inviting. Even Maria, who disliked exposed spaces, admitted it was beautiful. It was Daniel who first mentioned the church. As we unpacked, he pointed toward the far end of the meadow, where stone half, buried in weeds, caught the evening light. We walked over, curious. What we found were the remnants of foundation walls, moss, covered and low, forming a rough rectangle about 20 feet across. In one corner, a scatter of charred stones lay blackened. I bent down and brushed a patch clean, finding not ordinary soot, but old ash fused into the rock itself. This place had burned long ago. It was a church, Daniel guessed, or maybe a chapel, out here in the sticks. They built them small. Maria looked around uneasily, as if expecting parishioners, goats to wander back from the tree line. I tried to make light of it, though a heady pressed against my chest. The stones felt wrong beneath my hand, as though they held not just the memory of fire, but of something that had invited the fire in. Still, the meadow suited us. We pitched our tents near the edge, where the grass was low. Dinner was simple: beans heated over a small flame, bread, and jerky. We ate while the last of the light drained behind the hills. Daniel talked about his new job in Richmond, how the city felt too loud, too crowded. Mariah complained about the mosquitoes. I grateful for the normalcy of their voices, because already the ruins at the far end of the field seemed to loom larger in the dark. I could not stop glancing at them. The stones did not vanish with nightfall as most things do. They grew sharper, cut out against the starlit meadow like teeth. We settled to sleep around 10. I lay on my back in my small tent, staring through mesh at the sky, the Milky Way bright and steady above. The air was still, not a breath of wind. It should have been peaceful. Instead, I felt a restlessness crawl through me, the way one feels when a storm is close though a sky shows no sign of it. My ears strained for sound. An owl hooted far off. Leaves rustled once with what I told myself was a rabbit. Then silence again. I dozed. When I woke, I knew without looking that midnight was near. The air inside the tent had turned cold enough that my breath fogged faintly. I heard Daniel shift in his tent and cough. Mariah's zipper opened briefly as she stepped outside to relieve herself, then closed again. Then, out of the stillness, it came, the toll of a bell. It was low at first, almost a groan of metal. A single strike, deliberate, echoing. My whole body went rigid. Another toll followed, clearer. The note drawn long, resonant enough that I felt it tremble through the ground beneath me. I thought at first it might be some trick of distance, perhaps a farm far away with a bell on a porch or barn. But the direction was wrong. It was not carried by wind. It rose from below, from the soil itself, as though we lay camped above the belfry of a buried church. I unzipped my tent and sat upright. Daniel's head poked out of his tent at the same time, eyes wide. "You hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. Mariah's tent unzipped too, and she crawled halfway out, hair tangled, face pale. None of us had to answer her question. The bell rang again, and all three of us flinched as one. The sound was unlike any bell I had ever heard. Not brass, not iron. It had a weight to it that seemed older, less refined. Each toll lingered too long, as if the air beneath the meadow held onto it with greedy hands. My teeth ached with every strike. We counted together, without speaking, as the tolls came 1, 2, 3, all the way to 12. Midnight. Then silence again. The grass whispered slightly, though there was no breeze. Daniel, bold as ever, climbed from his tent fully and stood. "It's a prank," he said, though his voice shook. Someone buried speakers or something. But even as he said it, the impossibility of the idea was plain. Who would drag equipment out here to this forgotten field, where no one came. And how could any speaker make the ground itself tremble? Mariah shook her head. No, it's not a prank. This place, it was a church, Thomas. You saw the stones. Something stayed. Her voice cracked on the last word. She crawled back into her tent and zipped it shut, like a child hiding beneath blankets. Daniel looked at me. His bravado wavered. I saw it in the way his arms crossed tight against his chest, how his eyes kept flicking toward the ruins. I'm going to check, he muttered. I told him he was a fool, but he was already pulling on boots. I followed because leaving him alone seemed worse. We walked together across the meadow, grass brushing wet against our legs, until we reached the low stones. The sky above was mercilessly clear, stars cold and sharp. The ruins looked no different than they had earlier, yet standing there, I swore the air pressed heavier, as though we stepped beneath an invisible roof. Daniel cupped his hands to his mouth. Hello, he called. His voice carried, but nothing answered. Not an echo, not an all, not even an insect's whine. The silence was a suffocating thing. Then, as if in response, the bell tolled once more. Louder, closer, my knees nearly gave way. Daniel cursed under his breath and stumbled backward. I gripped his arm without realizing it. That strike was not part of any 12-count chime. It came after midnight. A 13th toll. And then another. The meadow rang with sound, yet still it came from beneath our feet. Daniel dragged me back toward the tents. We ran, tripping on grass, fumbling in the dark. Mariah poked her head out again, saw our faces, and did not ask. The three of us huddled near the fire pit, clutching each other like children as the bell continued. 14, 15, 16. The count made no sense, the rhythm uneven. It was as if some unseen hand swung a clapper against ancient metal in time to its own deranged heartbeat. At one strike the tone was low. At another too high, warbling cracked. The ground beneath us thrummed with every impact. And then, as suddenly as it began, the tolling stopped. A silence followed that was worse than sound. I realized I had been crying without noticing, tears freezing on my cheeks. Daniel's hands shook violently where they gripped his knees. Maria whispered something over and over. A prayer, I think, though I could not catch the words. We waited for the sound to come again, but it did not. Minutes dragged. The stars remained above us, indifferent. The meadow held its breath. At last Daniel swore softly and tried to laugh, though the sound broke apart in his throat. I'm not sleeping, he said. Neither was I, nor Mariah. We sat by the dying coals until the east began to pale with dawn, and only then did we retreat to our tents for an hour's restless doze. When morning came, I tried to tell myself it had been some shared dream, that exhaustion had played tricks on our minds. Yet the ground near the ruins showed signs I could not dismiss. Impressions marked the soil, round, shallow, dense, as though something impossibly heavy had pressed down from below. Not footprints, not animal tracks, but circular depressions arranged in a loose pattern radiating outward from the foundation stones. I crouched there, heart pounding, while Daniel stood behind me swearing softly, and Maria refused to come closer at all. The marks did not look made by human hands. They looked as though something had tried to surface from beneath, but failed. We left the meadow soon after. We told ourselves we were simply cutting the trip short. We gave excuses: bad weather, supplies too low. None of those were true. The truth is simpler. We could not stay another night above that buried bell. Something was beneath us, and it had rung to be heard. I am not a man given to superstition. I trust in reason, in history, in the things one can measure. But I cannot measure the memory of that sound, or the way it lives in my bones. Sometimes in quiet rooms late at night, I think I hear the faintest tremor again, low and far away. A bell that does not belong to any steeple, tolling from the deep earth where it waits. And I cannot help but wonder if, on the night we heard it, it was ringing for us. We did not speak much a hike out of that meadow. Normally when we broke camp, Daniel filled the silence with jokes, or Mariah asked questions about birdsong or wildflowers, anything to lighten the miles. That morning, though, the three of us carried our packs in silence, eyes down, ears alert for a sound we prayed would not come again. The path that had seemed charmingly overgrown on the way in now felt oppressive. Every pine and oak pressing in, every shadow heavy with listening. I could feel the toll of the bell, still vibrating faintly in my chest, as though it had imprinted on me, an echo that would not leave. When we reached the truck at the trailhead, Daniel tossed his pack into the bed and stood staring back the way we had come. "We should tell someone," he muttered. Mariah snapped that no one would believe us, that we barely believed ourselves. She wanted only to get as far from that feel as wheels could take us. I was caught between them, unsure if silence would protect us or doom us. In the end, we said nothing, not to rangers, not to locals. We drove out of the hills, back toward towns where neon signs glowed, and the ground was innocent of ancient bells. Yet the silence did not last long. 3 weeks later, Daniel called me in the middle of the night. His voice shook, though he tried to mask it with humor. "Wes, what time it is, Tommy?" he asked. I checked the clock beside my bed, 2017. Before I could answer, he said, I heard it again. Not in the meadow. Here, in my apartment. The line went quiet except for his breathing. I told him it had to be something else. A passing truck, a neighbor's stereo. He didn't argue. He only said, "It's the same sound, you know it is." Then he hung up. I lay awake the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling, waiting for some tremor of sound to reach me. None came. But the next morning, Mariah called too. She had not spoken to Daniel yet, had no way of knowing what he had told me. And yet she whispered, "Thomas, it followed us. I heard it last night, under the floor." She started to cry then, soft and breathless, like she had tried to keep it in too long. I told her she was tired, that the city held plenty of noises, but my words sounded false in my own ears. I tried to keep my life steady. Work, errands, days that unfolded in ordinary rhythm. But cracks showed. In the quiet moments, when the refrigerator kicked off or traffic outside lulled, I swore I heard the faintest resonance beneath it all, like a wire humming under tension. I would hold my breath, listening. Sometimes nothing followed. Sometimes a low groan swelled, almost imperceptible, as if the bell were testing its voice at the edges of my hearing. Daniel changed first. He grew erratic, missing work, ignoring calls. When I did manage to reach him, his voice was fevered, too fast. He said the bell was counting, that each night it added another toll past midnight. 13, 14, 15. "It's getting closer to something," he insisted. "Like a countdown in reverse. Or it's adding to a weight, Thomas. I can feel it in my bones. Like I'm the clapper inside." I begged him to see a doctor. He laughed, but it was hollow, a sound stripped of humor. Mariah withdrew the opposite way. She stopped leaving her apartment except for necessities. When I visited, I found blackout curtains drawn tight, lights off. She spoke little, only nodded or shook her head. But once, when she drifted towards sleep on the couch, I heard her mutter a word over and over. 12, 12. Her lips moved in rhythm, as if she were counting invisible tolls. When she woke and saw me watching, she turned her face to the wall. I tried to tell myself they were unraveling from stress, not from anything real. Yet late one night walking home, I passed by an empty construction site. Steel beams jutted from concrete foundations, a half-finished skeleton. The city was quiet, the hour late. And from deep within that hollow shell, I heard it. A single strike. The same metallic groan. Rolling out too long, pressing against my chest. My knees weakened. The beam of the nearest streetlight flickered, buzzing. I stood frozen until the silence returned. Then I hurried home, every step heavy with dread. I thought about researching. Libraries, archives, county records. Anything to anchor the Meadows burned church in history, to explain what lay beneath. But part of me recoiled. If I looked, I might find proof, and proof would mean there was no escape. Still, the idea gnawed at me. At last I drove back toward the foothills alone. Daniel ignored my calls by then, and Mariah refused to leave her apartment. So it was only me, retracing that rutted logging road, until the meadow opened before me once again. It looked unchanged. Grass swayed, gold in the sun. The ruins crouched at the far end, indifferent. But the silence was different now, thick, waiting. I forced myself to walk to the charred stones, crouch low. Run my fingers along the blackened rock. They pulsed faintly with warmth, though the sun had barely touched them. Kneeling there, I felt a hollow beneath, as if the ground itself were less solid. I pressed my ear to the earth. At first only my own heartbeat. Then, faintly, impossibly, a muffled resonance, as if far below, metal swayed. I scrambled back, heart hammering. Something about the act of listening directly had crossed a line. The air above the ruins grew stifling, though no wind stirred. I left then, not running but walking fast, trying not to show my back. Every step away loosened the pressure, yet the knowledge stayed the bell was real, and it was awake. The next week, Daniel vanished. His boss called me, worried. His apartment door was locked from the inside, chains still set. No signs of struggle. But the floor of his living room bore marks I recognized too well, shallow round impressions, radiating from a center point, as if something pressed up from beneath. Police shrugged, called it stress, disappearance by choice. They never explained how a man left an apartment with the chain engaged. I did not tell them what I knew. Mariah broke next. She called me one last time, voice a whisper. It rang 19 tonight, she said. Do you hear me, Thomas? 19. It's coming above ground. I can't. Her breath hitched. Then she said something I will never forget. When it tolls for 24, we won't be here anymore. Then the line cut. I drove to her building, but she was gone. Curtains drawn, door locked, silence absolute. Alone now, I tried to pretend life continued. But the bell would not let me. Each night the sound grew stronger, no longer faint but clear, striking at times that did not match any clock. Sometimes one toll, sometimes 3 in a row, each one bending through the walls, through the bones of my skull. I stopped sleeping, waiting in dread. I marked the count as Daniel had. 19, 20, 21. I began to dream, if those visions can be called dreams. I saw the meadow split open, soil crumbling inward as if the earth itself bowed. Beneath, A shape vast and terrible stirred. Not a bell hung in a tower, but something more ancient, a vessel, a weight. A voice hammered into metal older than memory. And it swung without ropes, without hands, moved by some force beneath. With each swing, darkness spread outward, washing through roots, through stone, through every living thing. I woke gasping, ears ringing with sound. I told myself not to count, to resist the rhythm. But the human mind clings to numbers like a drowning man to driftwood. I could not help it. 22. 23. Each toll came slower now, stretched further apart, as though savoring the final approach. My windows rattled with each. Shadows seemed thicker in corners, stretching too far. The world itself seemed to pause, waiting. The last night I remember clearly. I sat at my desk, head in my hands, when the toll came again. Louder than ever. The glass in the window shook. My teeth ached. My chest vibrated like a drum. I whispered, 24, though the count had not yet reached it. I knew the next strike would be the last. Not the end of the bells, but the end of us, of me. I do not remember falling asleep, but I woke in darkness thick as tar. Not my room, not any place I knew. The ground beneath me was stone, damp and cold. I rose, disoriented, and then I saw them. Daniel and Mariah, standing at the far end of the chamber, eyes hollow, faces slack. Between us loomed the bell itself. Massive, black, its surface scarred, as if forged in fire older than fire. Chains coiled around it, embedded in the walls, as though something had once tried to hold it still. The air trembled with its presence. Daniel lifted his head, lips moving soundlessly, as though the toll already echoed inside him. Mariah's hands reached out toward me, pleading, but no words came. The bell shifted, though no rope swung it. And as the clapper struck, the chamber roared with sound that was not sound. A weight that flattened me against stone, that split thought from thought. My last memory was the vibration burrowing deep into my chest, claiming my heartbeat for its own rhythm. And then I woke again, back in my bed, drenched, chest aching. The clock read 3:11. My apartment was silent, yet deep beneath the silence, I thought I still felt the faintest tremor, as if the 24th toll had not ended but only begun. After that night, I stopped pretending I could separate dream from waking. Whatever line once existed between them had thinned until it was transparent. The 24th toll had rung, and though I was still alive in body, some deeper part of me had been claimed. I walked through days in a fog, unable to shake the feeling that the world around me was only a fragile crust stretched over something vast and waiting. People noticed. At work, my supervisor pulled me aside, asked if I was drinking, if I was sick. I told him I hadn't been sleeping, which was true. He suggested medical leave. I almost laughed. What doctor could prescribe against an ancient bell that rang from beneath the earth? What pill could block a sound that did not travel through air, but through marrow? I tried isolation. I turned off my phone, shut the blinds, moved through my apartment like a ghost. But silence itself became an accomplice. The less noise I surrounded myself with, the clearer the bell returned. In the hum of the refrigerator, in the whisper of the pipes, in the pulse of my blood. There it was, striking low and long. Sometimes faint, sometimes near enough that glasses trembled in the cupboard. Always it counted. Always it remembered me. I began to walk at night, restless. The city should have been comfort. Streetlights, other people, cars. But all it did was remind me how fragile my surface was. One evening I passed a church, an ordinary brick building with a bell tower. A service had ended, parishioners spilling out with chatter and laughter. I lingered across the street, staring. Then their bell rang once. Harmless and bright, and still my chest tightened in terror, because it was not the sound I knew. It was a child's toy in comparison, a tinkle against the vast groan from beneath. I turned away and fled. It grew worse when I realized the tolls were no longer bound to midnight. They came at random hours. 2 in the afternoon, just as I was reaching for a cup of coffee, the ground trembled underfoot. 4 in the morning. As I tried to force sleep, my bed shook as though a truck had passed. But there was no truck, only the bell. I stopped counting, but the rhythm lodged itself in me anyway. I would wake with the number in my mouth, whispered like prayer. 27. 31. 35. Sometimes I heard voices laced within the resonance. Not words exactly, but cadences, like a congregation murmuring responses. Their language guttural, ancient. I would press my palms to my ears, but the sound seeped through skin and bone, unstoppable. On more than one occasion I found myself mouthing along, throat working to shape syllables I did not know. I would catch myself in the mirror, lips moving in rhythm, eyes glazed, and recoil in horror. I began to fear I would dissolve entirely, that I was not hearing the bell so much as becoming part of it. Maybe that was what had happened to Daniel and Mariah. They had not vanished. They had been absorbed. When I closed my eyes, I saw their faces again, blank bodies swaying with the bell's invisible arc. The thought that I might join them made bile rise in my throat. Yet beneath the fear, a darker pull tugged. There was a sweetness in surrender, a lure in belonging to something vast. The more I fought it, the stronger it pulled. Desperation drove me back to the meadow. I told myself it was to end this, to find proof, to confront whatever lay beneath. But in truth, part of me wanted to return, because the waiting in the city was worse. At least in the meadow, I would stand at the threshold. I left before dawn, drove until the hills rose again, parked at the trailhead, and hiked in alone. The meadow looked as it had before, grass waving under a clear sky. Yet I felt watched the instant I stepped into it, as if the air thickened. The ruins hunched at the far end, black stones like teeth. I walked to them, every step weighted. When I reached the charred foundation, I knelt and pressed my hands flat to the ground. Warm, even in cool morning air. The warmth spread into me, climbing my arms like veins of fire. My vision wavered. I thought I heard whispers below, dozens of voices rising in chant. I shouted then, words I barely recognized as my own. "What do you want from me?" My voice echoed strangely, as if bouncing from walls far below the earth. The meadow held its breath. Then the ground beneath me shifted. Not an earthquake, not rumble, but a slow hiving, as though something vast turned in its sleep. Dust rose from the cracks in the foundation stones. And then it told. I had thought I knew the sound, but this was different. This was not a bell struck from a distance. This was the bell itself, directly below me, and the force of it drove me to my knees. My ribs vibrated until I thought they would shatter. The grass flattened outward in a ripple, though no wind stirred. Another toll followed, and another, each one slower, deeper, like a heartbeat older than the world. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The sound was inside me. The sky darkened though no cloud passed. Birds fled shrieking. I staggered to my feet, stumbling backward, eyes on the stones. And then I saw it, a crack opening between them, narrow but widening, The soil crumbled inward, revealing darkness. Not ordinary darkness, but a void so complete it felt like staring into absence itself. From that gap rose a draft of air, cold and damp, carrying with it the stench of ancient metal and burned stone. Something was rising. I did not wait to see more. Terror lent speed to my legs, and I fled across the meadow, branches clawing as I plunged into the trees. Behind me the tolling followed, each strike slower now, resonant, as if the thing below had shifted closer to the surface. I did not look back. I reached my truck gasping, flung myself inside, and drove with shaking hands until the hills lay behind me. I thought distance would help, but it did not. That night, as I sat trembling in my apartment, the toll came again. Not faint, not far, directly beneath me. My floor quivered. A glass slid from the counter and shattered. I knew then that I had not escaped. By stepping into the meadow, by calling out, I had marked myself. The bell no longer belonged to that field alone. It carried with me. Wherever I went, it would rise beneath. I do not know how long I have. The counts are meaningless now, the rhythm broken. But the sound grows stronger with each day. Sleep is impossible. Food tastes of ash. My body feels less mine, as if I am hollowing, becoming another vessel for that resonance. Sometimes I catch myself swaying gently side to side, like a pendulum. I have considered ending things myself, to silence the sound before it consumes me. But even that thought feels borrowed, placed in my head by something else. Would ending my life silence the bell? Or would it only add another toll to its measure? Daniel and Mariah are gone, and I suspect they asked themselves the same question. Perhaps they answered it, and the bell claimed them anyway. So I write this instead, though even words seem fragile. If anyone finds these pages, know that the meadow is real. The ruins are real, and the bell is not confined to earth and stone. It is patient, seeking, spreading. Do not go there. Do not listen. Above all, if you hear a toll at midnight, or at any hour when no bell should ring, do not count. Counting is how it finds you. Counting is how it names you. I have stopped marking the numbers, but I know the sound continues. Even now, as I set down these words, I feel the vibration swelling. My lights flicker. The air in my lungs trembles with it. The walls groan as though straining to hold something back. It is not the 24th toll anymore. It is something larger, endless, a measure without end. The floor beneath me bulges slightly, plaster cracking at the edges. I do not need to look to know the shape, a circle pressing upward, as though the rim of a great bell were about to break through. Dust falls from the ceiling. My desk shudders. If this is the last thing I write, let it be a warning. The bell is not history. It is not confined to burnt chapels or forgotten meadows. It is older than those stones, older than fire. It rings beneath us all, waiting for ears willing to hear. And once heard, it cannot be unheard. The strike comes again now, so loud it swallows thought. My ribs bend inward. The windows burst outward with the pressure. I fall to my knees, hands clutching ears that are already bleeding. The floor splits, and from the crack rises not light, not shadow, but sound given form. A resonance so dense it feels like metal made liquid. It surges upward, and I see shapes within it. Faces half-formed, mouths open in silent cries, their bodies swinging like clappers inside the sound. Daniel, Maria, and others I do not know, countless others, all tolling together. It is calling me to join. My heartbeat falters, sensing to its rhythm. My vision narrows. Still I try to hold on to words, to scratch them down, though the page trembles. The bell is not beneath anymore. It is here, in the room, in my chest, in the marrow of the world. When it tolls again, there will be nothing left of Thomas Reeves. Only another note in its endless song. My name is Deshaun Miller. I was raised in Charleston, South Carolina. But for most of my adult life, I sought work that kept me close to the outdoors. I found myself drawn to the quiet that only the woods could provide. That layered hush where the sound of wind through pine needles seems louder than the buzz of city traffic. Over the years, I learned that solitude is a gift, but it is also something that can weigh on you if you are not ready for it. Camping trips, long hikes, nights spent alone under the stretch of stars became my way of recalibrating when daily life pressed too hard. I considered myself seasoned enough to know when a forest felt welcoming and when it whispered warnings. That experience is the only reason I trust my memory of what happened, because if I did not, I might convince myself it had been a dream. The trip that led to this story took place in late September. The air carried the crispness of fall, but still kept the humidity of summer hidden in its folds. A strange mix that made campfires necessary at night, and yet left my shirt damp during the day. I had driven west from my home for almost 9 hours until the roads narrowed and the trees began to close in around me. My plan was simple. 3 nights in the state forest, away from the obligations waiting back in Charleston, away from phone calls, away from anything but the dirt path under my boots. I packed light: 1 tent, a small camp stove, food rations, a water filter, and a lantern I trusted. The trailhead greeted me empty. Only 2 cars sat in the gravel lot. I checked the registry board, signed my name in the notebook the rangers kept, and noted that 2 groups had signed in the day before. I liked that. Knowing others were scattered out there in the dark woods comforted me. A forest feels different when you believe you are the only soul for miles. It can become too quiet, too wide, and in that emptiness your mind begins to supply its own sounds. I hiked steadily for several hours, and the sun began its slow tilt down behind the ridges. My destination was a small clearing, marked on the map, beside a creek that ran cold and steady even in dry months. I followed the path through stands of birch and poplar, the ground damp with fallen leaves that clung to my boots. Around a bend, as the light dimmed toward dusk, I noticed a flicker of orange through the branches ahead. Another camp. The scent of wood smoke followed a moment later, carried down the slope on a shifting wind. When I came close enough to see clearly, I found a group of campers already settled. 4 of them, arranged around a fire ring. Their tents stood behind them in tidy rows, their gear packed with care. The fire snapped and hissed, sending sparks upward like fireflies. I slowed, lifted my hand, and gave them a wave. It is the polite thing to do out in the wilderness. Acknowledge fellow travelers, even if you plan to keep your distance. They waved back. All 4, in unison, their arms lifting at the same rhythm. At first I smiled, but then my eyes adjusted to the low light, and my stomach clenched. Their faces caught the glow of the flames, in a way that revealed too much and too little at once. The sockets where their eyes should have been were hollow. Not covered, not closed, but emptied. Deep black voids that caught the firelight and reflected it like still water. I froze mid-step. The air felt different here, too heavy to breathe properly. I blinked once, twice, hoping that my vision had betrayed me in the poor light. The faces did not change. They remained looking at me, all 4 mouths, curved upward in something like a smile, their eyeless sockets drinking the orange glow of the fire. Their hands lowered again, all at once, and they turned back toward their flames as though nothing strange had passed between us. I walked on. What else was I supposed to do? Call out? Demand an explanation? In the woods, when you meet someone who unsettles you, the best course is often to keep moving. I pushed my legs forward, keeping my gaze ahead, and only allowed myself a glance back. Once I had put 50 paces between us. The fire burned steady behind me, their silhouettes unmoving. I could not see their faces anymore, and I told myself perhaps that was for the best. My own campsite lay a quarter-mile farther along the creek. By the time I arrived, full night had set in. The trees formed a ceiling that let in patches of stars, but kept the ground cloaked in shadows. I pitched my tent with hurried hands, lit the lantern, and boiled water for my simple dinner. The act of routine calmed me. Food, warmth, shelter, 3 things that make fear feel smaller. And yet, as I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the crackle of the lantern fade as its fuel ran low, I could not let go of the image. Those faces, those hollows where eyes should have been. I told myself it was a trick of the light. The fire had cast strange shadows. Their faces were dirty from ash or soot. Anything rational was better than the truth my gut whispered. Because the truth was simple and impossible. I had waved at 4 people who had no eyes, and they had waved back, as if they had been waiting for me to notice. I rolled onto my side, pulled the bag tight under my chin, and tried to will myself to sleep. But sleep does not come easily. When the dark outside feels like it is leaning against the thin nylon of your tent. The forest did not rest that night, though I tried to convince myself otherwise. I kept waking to the faintest sounds. A twig snapping under something heavier than the squirrel, the shuffle of leaves, a splash in the creek that seemed to deliberate. I would blink in the dark, listening, heart hammering against my ribs, before the silence pressed in again, so complete it felt like being buried. Each time I closed my eyes, those hollow sockets stared back at me, blacker than the night itself. By morning, I told myself I had exaggerated everything. Sunlight has a way of cleaning wounds and scrubbing away nightmares. I brewed instant coffee, let the steam rise past my face, and watched a creek catch morning light. The air smelled of wet earth, crisp pine, and nothing else. No smoke. No human trace. I considered retracing my path to the trailhead, but pride is a dangerous thing in the woods. It makes you ignore the instinct that is shouting at you to leave. I told myself I had come for 3 nights, and 3 nights I would stay. By noon I was hiking further down the trail, carrying only a day pack. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest seemed. The usual background of birdsong felt muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I scanned constantly for tracks, for any sign of the other campers. It struck me as strange, 4 people with a blazing fire, yet I had not heard a single voice, not even a laugh or a cough. Campsites echo in the woods. Theirs had been silent except for the fire. When I returned to my camp in the late afternoon, the creek gurgled on, steady and indifferent. I cooked a meal, forced myself to read a paperback I had stuffed in my pack, and tried not to imagine them sitting just out of sight. The second night came colder. The kind of cold that creeps into your bones, no matter how tightly you wrap yourself. The lantern cast long shadows on the tent walls. I must have dozed because I woke to the sound of footsteps in the leaves. Slow, measured, not the scamper of an animal, but the deliberate tread of someone placing their weight carefully on the ground. My mouth dried out instantly. I held still, breathing shallow. The footsteps circled, once, twice, brushing close to the nylon of my tent before drifting away. I waited, frozen, for hours until the dawn finally smeared gray light through the treetops. Exhausted, I stumbled back up the trail after breakfast, determined to see that campsite again in daylight. I wanted proof of what I had seen, something physical. Charred logs, boot prints, anything to remind me that I had not imagined them. I walked the quarter-mile back to where their fire had burned. The clearing sat empty. No ashes, no tents, not even flattened grass. The ground looked untouched, as though no one had ever set foot there. I stood staring until my chest ached with the need for air. I knelt, pressing my hand to the soil. It was cool, damp, littered with pine needles. If there had been fire, it should have left a scar. Instead, the earth carried nothing but the smell of moss and dirt. I turned in circles, scanning the tree line, waiting for movement. But there was none. When I made it back to my tent, the sense of being observed clung to me like smoke. Every tree trunk seemed wider than it should, as if hiding someone behind it. Every hollow in the ground looked deep enough to hold something waiting. By the time night fell again, my nerves were raw. I built a fire higher than usual, feeding it until the flames spat sparks like stars, just to keep the dark back. It was close to midnight when I saw them again. I had been staring at the fire, fighting to keep my eyes open, when a flicker in the corner of my vision drew me toward the creek. Across the water, 4 figures stood in the tree line, motionless, waiting. The firelight caught the hollows of their faces again, those black sockets drinking the light but giving nothing back. This time, they did not wave. They only stood, watching, their bodies rigid as carved wood. My throat closed, and I could not move. I told myself to shout, to call out, but sound would not leave me. After several minutes that stretched like hours, they turned one by one and drifted back into the woods. Not walking, not striding, drifting like smoke unraveling into the trees. When they vanished, the silence that followed was worse than their presence. It pressed on me until I could hardly breathe. I doused the fire in panic, throwing dirt and water over it until only embers hissed in the dark. Then I crawled inside my tent, pulling the zipper to the very bottom, as if a thin strip of metal teeth could protect me from what was outside. Sleep never came. I lay trembling, every creak of branch overhead sounding like a footstep, every rustle of leaves a whisper I could not quite hear. By the time morning arrived, my decision was clear. I was leaving. No matter how far the trail, no matter how long the drive home, I would not spend another night among whatever those things were. I packed quickly, stuffing gear into my pack with shaking hands. But when I stepped outside, something made me pause. In the soft mud beside my tent, 4 sets of footprints circled. Bare feet, pressed deep into the earth, circling again and again as if they had walked there. All night while I lay awake inside, the sight of those footprints broke something in me. I had told myself I could hold steady, that what I had seen might still be explained. But the proof pressed into the soil left no room for denial. The bare impressions were human. Long toes splayed, arches deep, heel marks sharp. They circled my tent in uneven loops, some overlapping, as though 4 figures had shuffled round and round in the night while I clutched my sleeping bag and prayed for dawn. I shouldered my pack, cinched the straps tight, and did not bother to eat breakfast. Every instinct screamed at me to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. The trail back to the lot wound through nearly 8 miles of ridges and switchbacks. Normally, I would savor that kind of walk. That morning I nearly jogged it, lungs burning, my body pushed forward by fear more than stamina. At first the woods looked ordinary again. Birdsong returned with the sunrise. A woodpecker hammered somewhere deep in the trees, and squirrels darted across the path. The forest seemed to perform normalcy, as if to convince me that nothing was wrong. But I could not shake the sense of pursuit. My ears strained at every crunch of leaves, every sigh of wind. The forest was not following me in sound. It was following me in absence. Birds went silent when I passed. The chatter of animals stopped until I moved on. Silence trailed me like a shadow. Halfway down the ridge, I dared a glance over my shoulder. At first I saw only trunks and undergrowth, but then my stomach dropped. Between 2 trees, maybe 50 yards back, stood a figure. The distance and shade blurred details, yet the hollowness of its face was unmistakable. A black cavity where its eyes should have been. Another shape drifted into view beside it. And then another. I forced my legs faster, stumbling on loose rocks, catching myself against trees. When I looked back again, they were closer. Never running, never striding. Just there, appearing whenever I turned, as though the space between us folded whenever I blinked. By the time I reached the lower trail, sweat plastered my shirt to my back, and my thighs burned from the pace. The lot was still another 2 miles away. My breath came ragged, and yet I did not dare stop. When I rounded a bend, I froze so abruptly I nearly fell. The 4 stood ahead of me, directly in the path. Their bodies swayed faintly, as though stirred by wind that I could not feel. Firelight no longer shone on them, yet their sockets were darker than the shadows of the forest. Their mouths hung in faint, unnatural smiles. I tried to speak, to beg, to demand anything, but my voice cracked and nothing came. For a moment we regarded one another, me shaking, them utterly still. Then, with a unity that chilled me deeper than cold water, they lifted their hands. Forearms rising together, palms forward. A silent wave of recognition. I staggered backward, bile burning my throat. I wanted to run into the trees, cut a new path, abandon the trail entirely, but terror anchored me. And then, as before, they turned. Not one at a time, but in exact unison. Pivoting and drifting into the brush until the path lay clear again, I ran. Branches whipped at my arms and face. Stones slid under my boots. I did not care. My only thought was of the gravel lot and the safety of metal doors that could lock behind me. When I burst out into the clearing and saw my car waiting in the pale light, relief struck me so hard, I almost wept. I threw my pack into the back seat and slammed the door behind me. My hands shook as I fumbled the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life. Gravel scattered under the tires as I tore down the access road, heart hammering so loud it drowned the sound of the car. Only when the highway opened before me did I begin to believe I had made it out. But belief is fragile. An hour into the drive, I pulled into a gas station. My legs barely held me as I stepped out, desperate for a bathroom, for the presence of people. The attendant at the counter nodded in greeting, and I nearly laughed with relief. Human eyes, clear and steady, met mine. I muttered thanks and stumbled down the aisle toward the restroom. As I passed the glass door leading back to the lot, I caught a reflection. 4 shapes faint in the morning glare, standing in the tree line beyond the pumps. Their faces unreadable at that distance, but I knew. The black sockets were still watching. I do not camp alone anymore. Sometimes I still wake in the night with the sensation of being circled, footsteps crunching soft in the dark. I have to remind myself I am home, safe within 4 walls. But even then, the thought that claws at me most is not that they followed me to the gas station parking lot, or that they might still be out there in the woods. It is the possibility that, on some level I cannot explain, when I lifted my hand to wave that first night, I invited them to notice me. And once something like that notices you, it never really lets go. My name is Evelyn Cross. I am 32 years old, a schoolteacher by profession, and someone who has always believed in practical explanations for the strange things people whisper about the wilderness. I grew up in Virginia, though I had long since left the rolling hills of my childhood for a quieter, more solitary life. In my spare time I hike, camp, and seek out lonely trails, telling myself it is because solitude recharges me, though part of me knows it is also because I cannot quite settle anywhere crowded. The woods make sense to me in a way people rarely do. I understand their rhythms, the way night falls, the way the cold creeps in from the ground, the way animals move in cautious patterns. Nothing in my years outdoors prepared me for the night that still sits in my mind, refusing to soften, refusing to fade. I had chosen a campsite not far from Shenandoah National Park, a clearing that overlooked a slope of maples and oaks, beginning to yellow with the coming autumn. The air was crisp enough that each exhale showed in white clouds. I pitched my tent near a ring of stones that had clearly been used before as a fire pit, a black scar in the earth layered with old ash. The forest had gone quiet by the time I lit my small fire. A few crickets carried on, steady but faint, their rhythm swallowed by the weight of silence. The day had been long, my backpack heavier than I liked to admit, and by the time flames licked up into proper warmth, my hands ached and my shoulders burned. I set my small pan over the fire and dropped in strips of venison jerky softened in water. It wasn't much, but it would keep me full until morning. The smell of wood smoke and simmering meat hung low in the air. I remember thinking of my grandmother's kitchen, of cast iron skillets and the way grease popped. For a few minutes, I almost felt comforted. Then I saw it. The fire crackled, throwing shadows across the trees, when movement caught my eye. A shape stepped from between the trunks, slow and deliberate, hooves landing softly on the leaf-strewn ground. A deer emerged, pale in the firelight, and for a second I simply stared. Encounters with deer weren't unusual in the woods, but there was something wrong in the way it moved. Stiff, halting, like its limbs didn't belong to it. As it drew closer, the fire revealed more. Its hide was not whole. The skin was patchworked, crudely stitched together in jagged seams that ran from its shoulder to its haunch, across its chest, down its throat. Some of the seams gaped slightly, and I could see raw, puckered flesh beneath. Thick black threads held the animal together, like some grotesque experiment. Its eyes shone too brightly, wide and unblinking, reflecting not only the fire but something glassy, unnatural. I froze. My hands hovered uselessly above the pan. My brain insisted it had to be disease, injury, some hunter's cruelty. But the thought curdled before it could hold. No hunter stitches an animal like that and lets it walk. No infection runs a needle through hide with such intention. The deer stood at the edge of the firelight, its breath a white fog. My pulse hammered so loud I could hear it in my ears, and then it opened its mouth. The sound that came out was not the bleat of a deer. It was a scream. A human scream, raw, desperate, tearing through the clearing with such force I felt it in my chest. High, pitched at first, then cracking into a guttural wail that made the hairs on my arms rise. My stomach clenched so hard I nearly doubled over. I can still hear it, echoing through bone and memory. I scrambled backward, kicking dirt into the fire. Sparks leapt up, the flame dimmed, shadows surged. The deer didn't move closer. It only screamed again louder, carrying into the trees. I clutched the handle of my hunting knife, though I knew, deep down, the thin blade would mean nothing. The second scream broke into silence as suddenly as it had begun. The forest swallowed the sound. For a heartbeat there was nothing. No crickets, no rustle of leaves, no fire crackle. My ears rang with emptiness. The stitched deer tilted its head, thread-bound skin pulling taut across its jaw, and then it stepped backward into darkness. One moment it was there, caught in the trembling glow. The next, it was gone. I sat rigid, my knife trembling in my hand, listening for hooves, for broken branches, for any proof it had left. Nothing came. Only the slow return of the forest, the faint scrape of leaves, the distant call of some night bird. As if the woods had exhaled again after holding its breath. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that. My food burned to a crisp in the pan. The fire sank into sullen embers. Every nerve in me screamed to run, but my body refused to move. It felt like moving would call it back, like it was still just outside the circle of dim light, waiting. When at last I found the strength, I pulled the pan from the coals, shoved it aside, and crawled into my tent. My hands shook so badly, it took 3 tries to pull the zipper. Once inside, I crouched in the darkness, listening. I told myself the thin nylon walls offered safety, though I knew better. Every gust of wind through the trees sounded like hooves. Every creak of wood was a seam pulling tighter. I held my knife in my lap until my hand ached from the grip. Sometime near dawn I must have drifted into shallow sleep, because I woke to light seeping pale through the fabric. I opened the flap with stiff, exhausted fingers. The clearing looked ordinary. Birds trilled. Sunlight touched the ashes of my fire. For a second I almost believed I had imagined it. Then I saw the ground at the edge of camp. The earth was churned with deep indentations, not quite like deer tracks. The spacing was wrong, too close together, the shape elongated. Some pressed heel, like impressions where no hoof should leave one. The prints circled my campsite, once before vanishing back into the trees. I knew then it hadn't been dream or madness. Something had stood there, stitched and screaming, and watched me until the sun drove it back. I packed with shaking hands, moving faster than I ever had on any morning in the woods. My body ached from tension, but adrenaline pushed me through. I could not bring myself to eat. I stuffed everything haphazard into my pack and left the fire pit cold. My only thought was to get back to the trail, to put distance between myself and that clearing. The forest felt different as I walked, lighter with daylight, but no less watchful. Every crow's call made me flinch. Every branch creak had me glancing over my shoulder. Once, I thought I heard the faintest echo of a scream, on the wind, carried from nowhere. My chest tightened until I nearly sobbed from the pressure. By midday I reached a ranger outpost along the trail, A squat wooden cabin with a faded green roof. Relief struck so hard I nearly stumbled. I thought about telling them, about walking in, describing the deer with stitched flesh, the human scream, the tracks. But what would I say? That I saw something impossible. That I was frightened out of my mind by a deer. They would smile, assure me it was exhaustion or a bad dream. Maybe report me as unstable. So I smiled instead, exchanged a few polite words about weather and trail conditions, and kept walking. Still, I could not leave it behind. The scream followed me, threaded through my thoughts like the seams on that body. By the time I reached my car and slammed the doors shut, my throat felt raw from the tight way I'd been breathing. I drove until the mountains shrank behind me, but even then I felt stitched eyes on the back of my neck. That was the beginning. The first time. I told myself it had been one horrific encounter, a nightmare dressed in flesh and thread, and that I was free of it. But the truth, which I only began to realize later, is that things like that do not come once and vanish. They linger. They follow. And sometimes they return. I tried to tell myself it was over. That one scream in the forest, one stitched together nightmare, could be locked in the vault of memory, where my brain stores things too strange to make sense of. I told myself that if I just didn't talk about it, if I didn't give it life by describing it aloud, then it would stay in that clearing, in the ashes of my fire, and never find me again. For a time, it almost worked. I returned to work at the school, taught my students as if nothing had changed, walked the halls with a calm face. The ordinary rhythms of lesson plans and grading grounded me. A colleague asked if I had enjoyed my trip, and I nodded, careful not to let hesitation creep into my voice. Nights were the hardest. I would lie in bed, lights off, telling myself I was safe, only to jolt awake from the echo of a scream threaded through my dreams. It came to me in fragments, sometimes a child's cry, sometimes the howl of a woman in agony, sometimes a chorus of overlapping voices. Always human, always wrong. After a month, I began to hope it would fade, that maybe the woods had only played a cruel trick on me, until the night I found the stitches again. It was a Friday in late October, when the air had grown colder and the trees around town had lost most of their leaves. I had stayed late at school, finishing report cards, and by the time I walked home, darkness had settled heavy over the streets. My neighborhood was quiet, only a few porch lights flickering on against the dusk. I cut across a small park as I always did, the path lined with skeletal oaks. Halfway through, I noticed something on the ground just beyond the path, glinting faintly in the weak glow of the lamppost. I thought at first it was a strip of fabric, maybe fallen from someone's jacket. Curiosity tugged me closer. It wasn't fabric. It was skin. A small, ragged piece, no bigger than my hand, stiff and curled at the edges. Along one side ran a line of thick, black thread, knotted tight and uneven. My throat tightened as I stared. The thread was identical to what I had seen in the clearing, the same jagged seam that had run across the deer's hide. I bent closer, but the smell hit me before I could touch it. Sweet, rotting, unmistakably organic. I staggered back, gagging. I wanted to convince myself it was a prank, some Halloween prop discarded by kids. But when I lifted my head, I realized the piece of skin wasn't alone. Another scrap lay a few feet further, and another beyond that. A trail of stitched fragments, leading away from the path and into the darker part of the park, where the lampposts didn't reach. I didn't follow. I couldn't. My legs carried me out of the park so fast my breath tore at my lungs. At home, I locked the door, pulled every curtain closed, and sat trembling at the kitchen table with my hands wrapped tight around a mug of tea. I never drank. I couldn't stop seeing the thread. I couldn't stop thinking about the way the seams had looked across that deer, holding it together as if it had been made not born. That night I dreamed again. Only this time, the deer wasn't standing at the edge of a firelit clearing. It was in my classroom. My students sat silent and still, their faces blank, as the creature stood by the chalkboard. Its seams split, spilling black thread across the tiles. When it opened its mouth, the scream came not from one throat, but from all of my students at once, 100 voices tearing into me. I woke drenched in sweat, a raw ache in my own throat as if I had screamed with them. The days blurred. I couldn't focus. Every whisper of fabric, every creak of the school's old heating pipes made me flinch. The other teachers began to notice. One, a kindly older man, asked if I was ill. I lied and said I wasn't sleeping well, which was true enough. But how could I tell anyone the truth? How could I explain that something, stitched and screaming, had followed me out of the woods, leaving scraps of skin as markers in my quiet little town? 2 weeks later, it escalated. I was walking home again, past a row of houses with their Halloween decorations still clinging to porches. Plastic skeletons, fake cobwebs, jack-o'-lanterns shriveled and collapsing in on themselves. I passed a yard where a family had set up a deer-shaped decoration, a wire frame covered in glittering lights. My steps faltered when I saw the black thread. Someone had wound thick, crude stitches across the wire frame, crisscrossing the body, the legs, the neck. The glittering light still shone beneath, but the stitches looked wet, glistening as if well. My stomach turned, and I staggered closer, desperate to prove it was just some grotesque prank. I reached out and touched one of the threads. It was sticky, warm. I yanked my hand back, and in the next moment the deer-shaped frame shuddered. The wires creaked as if something inside had moved. I stumbled back into the street, heart hammering so violently I thought it would burst. A car honked, swerving around me. When I looked again at the decoration, it was still, silent. Just wire and lights and threads glistening in the dark. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch, knife in hand, waiting for something to break through my door. Nothing came. But sometime in the dead hours of night, I heard it again. The scream. Faint. Carried on the wind, but close enough that rattled the glass of my windows. I don't remember falling asleep. I only remember waking to daylight, my knife still clutched in my aching hand. I couldn't pretend anymore. It wasn't just the woods. It wasn't just a single encounter. The thing, the deer, or what wore its shape, had found me here. It was weaving itself into my life, leaving fragments and signs, ensuring I couldn't dismiss it as a nightmare. I stopped going for evening walks. I left the curtains closed. I carried the knife everywhere. Absurd it felt to slip it into my purse beside pens and lesson plans. My world shrank to the school and my locked apartment. Even there, I couldn't shake the feeling of seams pulling tight around me. The children noticed my change. I caught them watching me with wide, uncertain eyes, whispering about how tired I looked. Once, in the middle of a lesson, one boy raised his hand and asked if I had, crying because my voice sounded like someone screaming far away. I nearly dropped the chalk. I wanted to ask him how he knew, what he had heard, but I bit my tongue. The nights grew worse. Scratching sounds came at my windows, faint but steady, as if hooves dragged along the glass. Sometimes I woke to the smell of rot seeping through the vents. Once, half asleep, I thought I saw thread dangling from the ceiling above my bed, swaying like cobweb. I didn't dare touch it. I just lay there, paralyzed, until morning burned it away. I began to wonder if this was what it wanted. To unravel me. To stitch its way through my life, until I was nothing but another scrap in its trail. And the worst thought of all was that maybe it hadn't chosen me at random. Maybe it had been waiting for me in those woods, the way a trap waits for the careless footfall. Maybe when I looked into its glassy eyes across the firelight, something bound me to it. The final straw came in November, one bitterly cold night when frost silvered the windows. I woke to a sound inside my apartment. Not outside, inside. A dragging, shuffling sound across the living room floor. I sat up in bed, breath frozen in my lungs. The knife was already in my hand. For a long time I listened, every muscle taut, the sound growing louder, closer. Then came the scream, bursting through the silence from only a room away. It was so loud the walls seemed to vibrate, my ears ringing with it. I stumbled out of bed, knife raised, throat raw, with a cry I didn't recognize as my own. The living room was empty, but the carpet bore tracks. Long, smeared impressions, as if something heavy had been dragged across it. In the center lay a single piece of hide, stitched with black thread. It was fresh, warm. I dropped the knife and retched until my throat burned. By the time the sun rose, I was still sitting on the floor, the stitched scrap clutched in my shaking hands. I knew then that this wasn't going to end on its own. I could leave the apartment, leave the town, leave everything. But I had a sinking certainty it would follow. Whatever it was, it had chosen me, and there was no running far enough to undo that choice. That was the night I realized I couldn't just endure anymore. I had to understand. I had to find out what it was, where it came from, why it carried human screams inside the shape of a deer. Because only then, maybe, could I find a way to stop it. I spent the next week in a state of grim resolve. Fear was still there, thick in my throat, pressing into every corner of my days. But it had curdled into something harder. If I was going to survive this, I needed to know what it was. Ignoring it had failed. Hiding had failed. I needed to face the thing that had stitched itself into my life. I started with research. Old folklore, local legends, anything I could dig up about deer and the supernatural. My evenings were spent hunched over library books and scouring online forums where people whispered about cryptids and cursed hunts. The stories varied, but threads repeated deer as liminal creatures, symbols of passage between worlds, carriers of souls. Some tales spoke of hunters' sewings, skins together for rituals, binding human voices into the bodies of animals. A warning kept surfacing in different words. Stitched things are not alive, not truly, they are vessels. One night, buried deep in an online archive of Appalachian ghost stories, I found something that froze me in place. It was a scanned page from a handwritten, dated 1897. The ink was faded, but the words were clear enough. Wes saw it again this night. The deer that is not a deer. Its hide was stitched with black cord, and when it opened its mouth, it screamed with the voice of men lost to the forest. They say those who hear it thrice will be claimed, their flesh added to its seams. We lit the fire high, but still it came close, watching. I think it waits for me. I sat back, hands trembling. The words could have been my own. The stitched deer had been here before, more than a century ago. And someone else had heard it scream. The note about hearing it thrice gnawed at me. I counted silently. The clearing, that was once. The scream outside my apartment, that was twice. Did the faint, distant cries in the night count? The echoes I couldn't be sure were real. I didn't know. All I knew was that if the legend held, one more encounter might mean I wouldn't be here to write anything down. That was when I decided to return to the woods. It was madness, but I couldn't shake the certainty that the answers lay where it had first found me. Maybe in the clearing, maybe in the trees around it, maybe in the very earth where its hooves had left impressions like half-formed human feet. I packed carefully, more carefully than I had ever done for a trip. Lantern, extra fuel, food I wouldn't have to cook, salt, matches, a flask of liquor to steel my nerves, and always the knife. It felt pitiful against whatever it was, but leaving it behind was unthinkable. The drive out felt longer than it had weeks before. Every mile deeper into the mountains made my chest tighten. By the time I left the car at the trailhead, dusk was already sinking low, painting the woods in shadows. I forced my legs to carry me forward, one heavy step at a time, deeper into the forest, where the air smelled of damp leaves and smoke from unseen fires. The clearing looked unchanged when I reached it. The fire pit still blackened the ground. The slope of trees leaned the same way. It was as if no time had passed. And yet I felt eyes on me the instant I stepped into the circle of open ground. I set up my lantern, the flame throwing long shadows. The woods closed around me like a wall. My pulse skittered, but I forced myself to sit, to breathe, to wait. Hours passed. The night deepened. I sat by the dim light, knife across my knees, every sound amplified. An owl's cry, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves. Midnight came, and with it silence. The kind of silence that falls too fast, as if cut by a knife. The forest seemed to hold its breath. That was when I heard it. The first scream tore through the trees, louder than I remembered. So piercing it felt like my bones vibrated. It came from behind me, then from the side, then from the dark beyond the lantern glow. My skin crawled as if 1,000 seams had been stitched into it at once. The deer stepped into the light. It was worse than before. Its body sagged in new places, threads pulling loose, skin puckered and torn. Patches of raw muscle showed through. And its eyes, God, its eyes, were no longer glassy but filled with something like recognition, like hunger. It opened its mouth, and this time the scream was not one voice but many. A chorus, men and women, young and old, all crying at once. My vision blurred with tears I hadn't meant to shed. I raised the knife, though my hand shook so hard I nearly dropped it. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice breaking. "Why me?" The deer tilted its head, seams stretching, and stepped closer. The stitches down its neck bulged, as if something pressed against them from within. Then, with a wet snap, one seam split open. A hand reached through. Human fingers, pale and bloodied, clawed at the air. A voice rose louder than the rest, a single cry of agony. "Help me?" I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. The creature shuddered, more seams splitting, more hands pressing out. More voices begging, sobbing, shrieking. It wasn't a vessel for souls, it was a prison. And I understood then. The journal had been right. Those who heard it thrice were claimed. It wanted me inside, soon into its body, My voice added to the chorus. I don't remember deciding to fight. I just remember lunging forward with the knife, slashing at the seams that held it together. The blade cut through black thread, ripping one jagged line open. The deer convulsed, the scream rising into a deafening wail. Black ichor spilled from the wound, thick and foul, smelling. Hands burst free, clawing at me, scratching deep lines across my skin. I hacked again and again, tearing at stitches, cutting through the cords that bound it. Every seam split sent another voice, screaming loose into the night, a shriek that rattled the clearing. My ears rang, my vision swam, but I didn't stop. If it wanted me stitched in, I would tear myself out before it could. At last, with one final slash across its chest, the stitches burst. The hide split wide, and the creature collapsed, spilling its insides into the dirt. Not organs, not entrails, faces. Human faces, twisted in agony, sliding out on a flood of black fluid. Their mouths opened in one final scream before the night swallowed them whole. The deer's body convulsed once, twice, then fell still. The lantern flame sputtered in the rush of air. I staggered back, chest heaving, knife dripping with filth. The clearing was silent again, but not the silence of waiting. This was the silence after something ends. The silence of exhaustion, of aftermath. I don't know how long I stood there. My legs shook, so badly I could hardly keep upright. At some point, I stumbled from the clearing, leaving the lantern guttering behind me. The forest seemed lighter somehow, though dawn was still hours away. I made it back to the trail, then to my car, though my memory of the journey is fragmented, dreamlike. By the time the first gray light touched the horizon, I was on the highway, driving fast enough that my hands cramped around the wheel. It has been 3 weeks since that night. I have not seen the stitched deer again. No screams have haunted my windows. No scraps of skin have appeared in my path. For the first time since it began, I can sleep through the night. And yet, peace does not come easily. Sometimes I wake and swear. I feel thread biting into my skin, invisible seams tightening across my body. Sometimes I think I hear a faint voice, muffled, whispering from within my chest. I tell myself it's memory, trauma, nothing more. But in the back of my mind a darker thought waits. What if I didn't destroy it? What if by cutting it open, I only freed what was trapped inside? What if those voices are still out there, looking for a body to bind themselves into again? What if the seams are already waiting for me? My name is Caleb Dorsey, and I have spent most of my life in the mountains of West Virginia. I say this not to suggest that I know every fold of ridge or every hollow between the pines, because no one truly does, but rather to explain the way the wilderness has shaped me. My father hunted these woods, his father before him, and I followed in their tracks. I was raised on venison stew, taught how to split wood before I was tall enough to swing an axe properly, and warned that the forest remembers everything. Old-timers in our county say that certain places are better left alone, not because of bears or copperheads, but because the woods hold things older and meaner than either. I grew up hearing such talk, but until the night I stumbled on the hunter's cabin, I never believed any of it. The day had been long, the kind of autumn day when the air smells sharp and metallic, and the leaves hang like dying embers on the trees. I had hiked farther than I intended, chasing after a buck whose tracks cut deeper into the brush with every mile. The sun dropped faster than I realized, and when I finally looked up, I saw dusk pooling between the trunks, the ridge lines already darkening into shadow. I knew I was at least 8 miles from where I had parked my truck, maybe more, and my legs ached in that dull, convincing way that tells you it's time to stop. That was when I noticed a glow through the trees, soft and warm, too steady to be the reflection of the moon. At first I thought it might be another hunter camping out, but as I moved closer, the light didn't flicker like a campfire. It was stronger, steadier, spilling from windows. When I stepped into the clearing, I found a cabin I had never seen before. It stood solid and square against the slope, smoke trailing from a crooked metal chimney. A pair of kerosene lamps shone inside, their glow pressing out through dusty panes of glass. The porch sagged but held, and the roof seemed patched together with tin sheets. What struck me most was how silent the place was. No dogs barked, no voices carried, not even the rustle of movement. Only the steady breath of flame behind those windows. It looked lived in, and yet deserted at the same time. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. I had grown up hearing stories of hunters' cabins, the kind where trappers long dead still hung their pelts, or where a man might vanish if he stayed the night. But I was tired. The cold was beginning to set in, and the idea of warmth and shelter gnawed at my resolve. I convinced myself that the cabin might belong to some old hermit, and that a polite knock and introduction would do no harm. After all, I had nothing but wariness in my pack, and people around here still understood hospitality. The porch creaked under my boots as I approached. The closer I came, the more I noticed details that unsettled me. Antlers, dozens of them. They were nailed along the outer walls, some bleached white by time, some still mottled with velvet. They ringed the doorway like trophies, a crown of bones staring down at me. I knocked once, twice. The sound echoed flat. No answer. My breath clouded in front of me, and in that quiet, the lamps glowed like watchful eyes. Against better judgment, I pressed my hand to the latch and eased the door open. The smell hit me first. Kerosene, old wood smoke, and something sharp beneath it, almost like iron. The inside was lit by 3 lamps on shelves, their glass chimneys fogged with soot. The walls were lined with more antlers, nailed in strange patterns, crossing and branching, like some bony forest recreated indoors. In the corner, a table sat with playing cards scattered across it, though the dust told me no one had touched them in years. A rocking chair leaned in the shadows, the curve of its runners casting long slivers across the floor. For a moment I thought I saw it shift, as if someone had just left it, but it stood perfectly still when I blinked. I stepped inside fully, meaning only to call out, to prove to myself that the place was empty. The door groaned on its hinges behind me, and as soon as I was 2 paces in, the air seemed to thicken. The lamps dimmed just slightly, though the flame inside them did not falter. I whispered a hello, my voice sounding strange, swallowed by the space. No answer. I tried again, louder but still nothing. My own heartbeat was louder than my words. Then the door shut behind me. I hadn't touched it, hadn't brushed it even with my jacket, but it swung closed with a slow, deliberate push. The sound of wood meeting frame cracked through the cabin, and in the same instant, every lamp blew out at once. Darkness swallowed the room so completely that for a moment, I thought I had gone blind. The smell of burnt kerosene thickened, mixing with that metallic tang until it stung my nose. I stood frozen, listening. The silence was no longer empty, it was charged, as though something waited inside it. My hand fumbled for the latch behind me, but the door refused to give. The wood felt colder than it should, slick under my fingers. I rattled it once, twice, trying to force the lock, but it did not budge. In the dark, I heard something soft. A creak, a shift, the sound of weight settling on old floorboards. Not mine. The rocking chair. It moved, groaning forward once, then back, as though invisible hands had claimed it again. Every instinct screamed to get out, but I forced myself still. Panic in these woods kills faster than anything. I told myself that old cabins settle, that drafts blow through and lamps flicker out. Yet I couldn't explain the door. I couldn't explain the way the air pressed against me, heavy and aware. My eyes adjusted slowly, pulling shape from the dark. The pale curve of antlers gleamed faintly, hundreds of them staring down. They seemed to twist toward me, bending where they had no right to bend, their shadows crawling like branches in windless night. I whispered my name aloud, half hoping it would anchor me, half afraid something else might answer. Caleb Dorsey, I said, my voice tight and low. The sound hung in the air, echoed once, and then, though I swear this to be true, it came back wrong. Not just an echo, but a voice, deeper, dragging through the walls. Caleb Dorsey. Like the cabin itself was learning me, repeating me, claiming me. I stumbled back, my boots striking the table. The cards scattered with a dry whisper across the floor. Something moved in the corner, a darker dark than the rest, rising from the rocker. I didn't see its face, or if it had one, but I felt the outline of its height, the way it uncoiled like a hunter standing after a long wait. My throat locked, every prayer I had ever known catching at once. I don't remember deciding to move, only that I ran. I ran not for the door, which would not yield, but toward the single window to my left. I braced myself and threw my shoulder into the glass. It shattered outward, slicing my arm as I tumbled through. Cold night air rushed against my face, and I landed hard on the damp earth outside. For a heartbeat I thought I was free, but when I looked back, the cabin glowed again. The lamps burned bright through the windows, steady as before, and the door stood wide open. The porch was empty. No sound carried, not even the crash I had made. I staggered to my feet, clutching my bleeding arm. The woods looked the same, quiet, indifferent. But the cabin sat behind me, watching. The antlers gleamed white in the lamplight, arranged in their impossible patterns. I took one step back toward the trees, then another. The lamps inside flickered once, and though no wind touched me, the flames bent as if in a breath. That was when I heard the voice again, low and patient, drifting from inside the open door. Caleb Dorsey. And I ran. I ran until the night itself seemed to blur. Branches whipped my face, briars tore at my legs, and my lungs burned like I had swallowed fire. The trees closed in tighter the farther I pushed, and the ground pitched downward, as though the forest wanted to trip me. I didn't stop until I collapsed against a fallen log, gasping, ears straining for pursuit. But the woods were still. No footsteps, no broken branches behind me. Only the drumming of my heart and the ragged pull of my breath. When my senses steadied, I dared to look back through the gaps in the trees. There was no glow now, no sign of the cabin. Only the blackness of ridges rolling into deeper black. For a moment I convinced myself I had outrun it, that I had left the horror in the clearing where it belonged. Yet a part of me knew better. The woods around me had changed. Quieter, heavier, as though I carried the cabin's shadow with me. The cut on my arm throbbed. I tore a strip from my shirt and tied it around the wound, the blood seeping through almost immediately. The smell of iron clung to me. My father once said that blood in these woods carries farther than sound, that animals sense it long before you do. That night, I believed him. Every snapping twig sent a tremor through me. Every whisper of leaves felt like something circling. I tried to retrace my way back toward the truck, but the forest disoriented me. I had followed the buck earlier in the day, without marking my trail, and now every hollow looked the same. I picked a direction, certain it was west, and pressed on, promising myself that if I just kept moving, morning would sort everything out. But the forest had other plans. The first sign came when I reached a creek I didn't recognize. I had hunted this range for years, and while streams cut in every direction, none ran with water so black it seemed to drink the light. I knelt to test it, but the surface reflected nothing, not even the pale outline of my hand. I backed away, uneasy, and that was when I saw something caught in the branches overhead. Antlers. A full rack wedged between two limbs, swaying gently though the air was still. The skull was gone, the tines sharpened unnaturally, and for a moment I thought the rack itself was bending toward me, like the cabin had followed and hung its trophies in the trees. I stumbled on, refusing to look up again. My boots slid in the damp soil, my breath hitching. Hours passed. At least it felt like hours. The moon drifted between clouds, offering me just enough light to keep from breaking my neck. Yet no matter how far I walked, I couldn't shake the sense that I was circling. The terrain repeated, the same crooked pine, the same hollow log, the same cluster of stones like teeth. I began to suspect that the forest wasn't letting me leave. At last exhaustion forced me to stop. My legs trembled, and my arm burned with every heartbeat. I found a flat patch of ground and sank down, my back against a trunk. I told myself I would rest for only a moment, just enough to catch my strength, but weariness dragged my eyelids heavy. The forest hummed, low and endless, and sleep took me despite my fear. When I woke, it was to the sound of something moving nearby. Not the scurry of a raccoon or the crash of a deer, but slow, deliberate steps. The kind that pressed weight into each fallen leaf. My body stiffened before my mind caught up. Dawn had not yet broken. The woods were black save for a smear of moonlight. I forced myself not to breathe, straining to hear. The steps circled me once, twice. My name came again, this time closer, pulled low through the trees. Caleb Dorsey. I sprang up, swinging my flashlight out from my pack. The beam cut a pale path between the trunks, catching bark, brush, empty air. Nothing human, nothing animal. But the sound had been real. The cadence of my name still rang in my ears. I swept the beam higher, and my stomach dropped. Antlers hung from the branches all around me. Racks I swear had not been there when I lay down. Some dangled with bits of rope, others nailed crudely into trunks, a forest remade into a shrine. And behind one set, just for an instant, I thought I saw a face. Pale, eyeless, watching. The beam stuttered in my trembling hand, and when I swung it back, the face was gone. I bolted again, not caring where my feet carried me. My thoughts narrowed to one single command away. Away from the racks, away from the voice, away from the cabin that would not leave me. The ground pitched upward, dragging my thighs into fire. But I didn't stop until the trees thinned, and I found myself on a ridge. Below stretched a valley, faint outlines of farms and a road glimmering in the far distance. Relief cracked through me like light. civilization, safety. I thought maybe I had broken free. But as I stepped forward, my boot struck something solid. I looked down and froze. Wood, a porch board. Not just one, but an entire row laid out across the ridge, as though the mountain itself had grown a cabin. My light flicked over the shape before me, and my blood turned cold. There it was again. The hunter's cabin. Sitting whole and silent on the ridge, kerosene lamps burning steady inside as though they had never gone out. I staggered back, nearly toppling off the slope. The cabin's door stood open, a square of black waiting. The air pressed colder, drawing me toward it. My own name whispered again, not from the woods this time, but from inside the cabin itself, seeping out like smoke. Caleb Dorsey. I turned to run, but the ridge dropped steeply on both sides. The only path forward was through. My legs locked. Every instinct battled itself. Flight against surrender, dread against exhaustion. I don't know how long I stood there, trembling at the edge of the porch. The lamps burned, steady and patient, as though they knew I would step closer eventually. And then the rocking chair creaked. Just once, forward and back. Enough to tell me that something inside was waiting. Enough to remind me that the cabin had found me, no matter how far I had fled. I should have run. I should have pitched myself down the slope and broken my neck before I took another step. But fear is strange. It pushes and pulls in equal measure. I found myself moving closer, drawn to the open door like a moth to flame. My boots creaked against the boards. The smell of kerosene drifted heavy, mixed again with that metallic sting. I reached the threshold, my flashlight shaking in my grip. Inside, the lamps lit every wall with antlers, hundreds more than before, weaving into shapes that almost seemed to move. And in the center, the rocker swayed. Empty, but not unoccupied. The moment I crossed the threshold, the lamps guttered, then flared brighter than before. Shadows leapt across the walls, twisting antlers into grotesque forms. My name rolled from the walls once more, layered now, a chorus of hunters long dead repeating it. Caleb Dorsey. Each voice dragged longer, hungrier, until it was not my name at all but a claim. The door slammed shut behind me. The slam of the door echoed through the cabin like a rifle crack. I spun, flashlight beam jerking across the room. But there was nothing to see. Only walls crowded with antlers, twisting shadows, and the slow, steady creak of the rocker. The air pressed heavy in my chest, every breath like dragging smoke. I shouted, though I hardly remember what words I used. Demands. Please. Maybe even prayers. The walls swallowed them whole until only the echo of my own name rolled back to me. Caleb Dorsey. Drawn out, layered, as though each antlered trophy had grown a mouth and was calling me by turn. I tried the latch again, pounding the wood with my fists, but the door held fast. My flashlight flickered, dimmed, then steadied. The beam caught the rocker square, empty. Yet it swayed forward, back, forward, like someone invisible still leaned their weight against it. The floorboards creaked in time, stretching, groaning, as though bearing more than wood. I aimed the light at the far wall and nearly dropped it. The antlers had changed. They weren't nailed in neat rows anymore. They bent toward me, arching inward, their tips angled like spears. A forest of bone pressing closer. The whispering grew louder. Not just my name now, but words I couldn't understand, tangled syllables too old for any tongue I knew. The cadence was hunting. A chant. My skin prickled as the lamps flared again, washing the room in gold, and I saw something rise between the racks. tall, broad-shouldered. A man, or something once a man. His head was crowned with antlers, not fixed to a skull but sprouting, twisting, growing with each breath. His eyes glowed dull, like embers buried in ash. He leaned forward, and the rocker ceased its sway as though it had passed its duty back to him. I froze. Every instinct I had, the hunter's patience, the woodsman's caution, faltered. This was no bear, no buck, nothing I could put a bullet through. Still, my hand went to the rifle slung on my shoulder. The weight of it steadied me for an instant, a reminder of something real. I raised it, sighted down, finger trembling on the trigger. But before I could fire, he spoke. My name again, but this time not echoed. Spoken direct, clear as any voice I'd ever heard. Caleb Dorsey. The sound rooted me to the spot. He didn't shout, didn't threaten. He simply called me, like a father calling his son. The rifle sagged in my hands. The air smelled stronger now, iron and rot, thick enough to choke me. The antlered man stepped closer, and the shadows of the racks leaned with him. I backed toward the window, the same one I had shattered before. My boots slipped in the scattered cards. My flashlight beam caught the glass. Whole again, not a crack in it. The forest beyond was gone, replaced with black, a mirror, not a window. And in it, my reflection did not match me. The figure staring back bore antlers sprouting from its brow. I staggered away, bile rising in my throat. My vision spun, lamps bending taller, brighter, until the cabin swayed like a living thing. The man's voice followed me wherever I turned. Caleb Dorsey. Hunter. Son. Taker. Each word carved itself into my bones. I dropped the rifle, clutching my head, certain the sound was inside me now. The lamps blew out, plunging everything into darkness. But the glow of his eyes remained, steady, watching. Something touched my arm, the same arm I'd cut on the window earlier. A pressure, firm, deliberate. My bandage unraveled on its own, the strip of cloth falling away. The wound gaped, blood welling fresh. In the faint ember, light of his gaze, I saw the blood lift. Not drip, lift. Thread, thin lines rose into the air, twisting like smoke, drawn toward him. He inhaled, and the strands vanished into his mouth, if mouth it was. My knees buckled as weakness swept through me. He wasn't just calling me. He was feeding. Rage flared then, sharp enough to burn through terror. I staggered to the table, swept up the lantern, and hurled it at him. The glass shattered, kerosene spraying, flame erupting across the floor. The blaze raced up the antlers nailed to the wall, each one catching like dry tinder. For the first time, he recoiled. His outline shuddered. Antlers flaring wide, shadow tearing at the ceiling. I used the moment. I threw myself at the door, shoulder first. The wood split on the third strike, and I tumbled into the cold air, coughing smoke. The night outside should have been relief. Instead, it was wrong. Too quiet, too still. The clearing stretched wider than before, trees bent back as though afraid to crowd near. Behind me, the cabin burned. Fire clawing up the roof, antlers snapping in the heat. The smoke curled black, thicker than any wood fire I'd ever seen. It rose straight, no wind to bend it, vanishing into the sky without dispersing. And in the heart of the flames, he stood. The antlered man, unharmed, watching me run. I didn't look back again. I plunged into the forest, half blind, half mad with terror. The smoke followed, the smell clinging to me inescapable. I ran until blonde bled gray across the ridges. When at last I staggered into the gravel lot, where my truck waited, the world looked almost normal. Birds sang. Mist drifted off the creek. My truck sat where I left it, like dew on the windshield. But my reflection in the glass nearly stopped my heart. Just for an instant, I saw antlers shadowing from my skull. Then it was gone. Only my own weary face stared back. I drove home in silence. Every mile carried me farther from that clearing, yet the weight never left. My wound healed slower than it should have, the skin scarred in a branching pattern, like tines spreading. At night, I hear the rocker creak, though my cabin has none. Lamps flicker when I enter a room. And sometimes, just as sleep takes me, I hear my name spoken low and patient. Caleb Dorsey. I haven't told anyone else this. Who would believe it? The mountains are full of stories, after all. But I've stopped hunting. I can't raise a rifle without feeling his eyes on me, without smelling kerosene and iron. The woods still call, but it's not the deer I hear anymore. It's him, waiting, and I know, sooner or later, I'll go back. The cabin will be there. Whether I walk a mile or 100, the lamps will burn. The door will open. And when I step inside again, I don't think I'll come out. My name is Fiona Blake, and I have always carried an inclination toward solitude, particularly in places where the world seemed to hum with something larger than myself. I am 31 years old, an outdoor instructor by trade, and a woman who has lived long enough to learn that the wilderness often holds more than mere beauty. It holds echoes, histories, and secrets that do not vanish simply because modern civilization insists it has mapped and charted every ridge and hollow. That was why, on a clear evening in early October, I set my tent along a low clearing outside of Asheville, North Carolina, not far from the folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. The hills there have always spoken, if one has the patience to listen. Crickets, wind, the occasional coyote yipping far off. But what I heard that first night was none of those familiar voices. I had driven down from Richmond earlier that day, chasing the season's early colors. The trees were beginning to flare with orange and red, and the air smelled faintly of wood smoke drifting from distant cabins. I had planned only a short trip, 3 nights at most, to recharge before taking on another month of guiding novice hikers. The campsite I chose was modest, a flat patch just off a narrow trail, ringed by birch and maple, with the mountains forming a dark silhouette against the twilight sky. I built a small fire, made a meal of beans and cornbread wrapped in foil, and watched the stars gather one by one until the forest seemed to breathe more deeply. It was close to midnight when I woke to the sound. At first, my drowsy mind searched for familiar categories. Thunder rolling across the valleys, or perhaps a large animal moving through the brush. But the rhythm was too deliberate, too measured to be dismissed so easily. It was drumming, not the scattered tapping of rain against canvas, not the shifting of branches. This was a steady, hollow thump, like hands striking stretched hide. I lay in my sleeping bag, rigid, every nerve alert. The drumming rose from somewhere in the hills beyond the tree line, distant but insistent, carrying on the night air with an uncanny clarity. I told myself it might be local musicians, perhaps a gathering of young people with hand drums, enjoying the cool night. Asheville had long been known for its artistic communities, and drum circles were not uncommon. Yet there was something about the cadence that unsettled me. It did not pause or shift, as one would expect from casual music making. It was unwavering, a low and steady pulse that seemed older, heavier. I lay awake for what felt like an hour, listening as it persisted, then finally ebbed as though drawn back into the hills themselves. When silence returned, it felt heavier than before, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. The following morning, I tried to shake it off. I brewed coffee over my small stove, warmed my hands around the tin mug, and convinced myself I had simply dreamed it. A long hike would burn off the unease, so I set out with my pack, climbing a steep trail that wound through dense groves of oak and pine. The higher I went, the more the view opened, until I could see rolling ridges stretching endlessly into pale morning mist. The world was radiant, alive, and for most of the day the strange sound receded from memory. I met no other hikers, only a hawk that circled above me, and the rustle of leaves that chased my steps. By evening, I had returned to camp tired and a little sunburned, but satisfied. I ate quickly, watched the sun set in streaks of crimson, and read from a book by lantern light until sleep pressed against me. That night, however, the drumming returned. As time it came earlier, as though it had been waiting for me. I woke before midnight, the beat already pulsing faintly in the distance. My heart jumped with recognition, and I sat upright in my tent. The rhythm was the same, slow, deliberate, and heavy, like a heartbeat too large for the body it belonged to. It seemed to move closer with each repetition, though the distance was impossible to judge in the darkness. I unzipped the flap of my tent and poked my head out. The clearing was hushed, the trees still. The moon was nearly full, pouring a cold silver light across the hills, and for a moment I was struck by how beautiful the landscape appeared. Then the sound rose again, and beauty gave way to dread. The drumming was not scattered across the hills. It was focused, almost directed, as if it were aimed toward me. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps hunters were camping somewhere deeper in the hills, using drums for some ritual or to mark a kill. But that explanation felt flimsy, even to myself. The drumming did not drift randomly. It pressed forward with a determination that felt personal. I stayed awake until nearly dawn, clutching my flashlight like a weapon, though I knew it was useless against sound. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me under, but when I woke again, the morning air carried only birdsong, as though the night had imagined itself. By the third evening, my nerves were raw. I considered packing up and leaving, but pride held me back. I had faced storms on sheer ridges, rattlesnakes on narrow trails, and once even a black bear nosing around a trailhead. I refused to believe I could be driven away by nothing more than sound. Yet when dusk fell and the sky deepened, I felt tension gather in my chest like coiled rope. I kept the fire high that night, feeding it with every scrap of wood I had collected. The flames licked upward, throwing sparks into the canopy. I sat with my back against a log, gripping a walking stick, and waited. The forest quieted by degrees. The crickets, the owls, even the wind seemed to withdraw, until I was alone with the faint crackle of fire. Then, as expected, it began again. The drumming rose from the hills, steady, low, and inescapable. Each beat carried weight, as though pressing against my ribcage from the outside. I stared into the darkness beyond the circle of firelight, straining for movement. But the trees were nothing but shadows. The rhythm did not falter. It was relentless, closer now, as if it had crossed some invisible boundary. Minutes passed. 10, 20, perhaps more. I could not tell anymore. Then, without warning, the drumming shifted. Until that moment, it had been distant enough to dismiss as external. But now I felt it reverberate through the ground beneath me. The log at my back seemed to hum faintly with each strike, and the air carried a vibration that made my teeth ache. My pulse leapt in terrified synchrony, trying to match the alien cadence. I shouted into the night. Words I barely remember, angry demands for whoever was out there to reveal themselves. The sound did not break. It continued, indifferent, until my voice cracked and faded. I was left trembling, staring into the black spaces between trees that seemed to grow wider and darker the longer I looked. At last, near dawn, the drumming ceased as suddenly as it had begun. The silence that followed was not relief. It was suffocating, as though the entire forest leaned inward, listening for what I might do next. My fire had burned to ash. My body ached with fatigue. And though the sky lightened to pale blue, I felt no safety in the morning. When the sun was fully up, I made the decision to hike into town. Asheville was only a short drive once I reached my car, and I could find answers there. Perhaps local folklore held explanations, or at least reassurance that I was not losing my mind. I packed my gear quickly, every snap of a buckle louder than it should have been, and started down the trail with brisk determination. Yet even as I walked beneath the golden canopy, I could not shake the certainty that the hills were not finished with me. Because what had begun as sound now lived inside me, echoing faintly even in daylight, as though my own body had learned the rhythm and would not let it go. I drove into Asheville with the nervous urgency of someone being chased by something invisible, though I forced myself not to look in the rearview mirror more than necessary. The road wound down from the hills into the valley, bright with autumn leaves, the landscape too serene to match the dread, still coiled in my chest. Each beat of my tires over the pavement seemed to mimic the rhythm that had invaded my nights. When I reached the town proper, the sight of people going about their routines, joggers, cafe patrons, shopkeepers, felt surreal, as if I were watching life from behind a pane of glass. I stopped first at a bookstore, an old stone building crowded with shelves that smelled of dust and cedar. The clerk, a man with gray hair tied back in a ponytail, noticed my anxious expression and asked if I needed help. I explained, haltingly, that I was looking for information on local legends, specifically anything about drumming or strange noises in the mountains. His brows lifted, and he hesitated before answering. "You might want the folklore section," he said, gesturing toward the back. "Plenty of tales around here. But if you're asking about the drumming, well, you're not the first." My skin prickled. I asked him what he meant, but he only shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. In the stacks, I found books about the Cherokee, who had lived in the region long before settlers, about Civil War skirmishes, about ghost stories carried through generations. Several mentioned drumming, but always vaguely. Warnings not to follow the sound, tales of travelers who vanished after chasing it into the hills. One passage caught my attention more than the rest. It described the hills themselves as alive, their hollows and ridges acting like amplifying something that did not belong to the world we knew. The words unsettled me so deeply that I slammed the book shut. I purchased it anyway, along with another on Appalachian folklore, then carried them to a cafe down the street. Over black coffee, I pored through pages, underlining passages with a pen I dug out of my pack. There were scattered references to the drumming nights, or the hills that beat like hearts, but never enough detail to explain what I had heard. Still, the repetition across so many sources made it impossible to dismiss. I might have convinced myself to leave the aerially, if not for a stranger who sat across from me in the cafe. She was in her 50s, with dark hair cut short and weathered, skin that suggested years spent outdoors. She noticed the stack of books and asked if I was researching something. When I told her about the sound, her face shifted into a look I could not mistake for anything but recognition. "You heard it?" she said softly, not a question. I admitted that I had, on 3 consecutive nights, and that it seemed to be growing stronger. She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "My grandmother used to talk about it. Said the mountains carry voices from the other side. Drumming is the oldest language," she told me. "Older than words. If you hear it, you're being called." I asked called by what, but she only shook her head. "Don't stay out there alone. That's all I'll say." Then she gathered her things and left, as though she regretted saying even that much. Her warning lodged in me like a splinter. I considered booking a room in town, abandoning the camping trip altogether. But pride is a stubborn anchor. I told myself I would spend one more night in the hills, if only to prove that I was not so easily unnerved. I would document the sound, record it on my phone, maybe even track its source. That way I could put this obsession to rest. By the time I returned to my campsite, dusk had already thickened the woods. The air was colder, the silence heavier, as though the forest anticipated what was coming. I rebuilt my fire, forcing cheerfulness I did not feel, and set my phone ready to record at the first hint of drumming. My pack sat nearby, ready for a quick departure if necessary. I told myself this preparation made me brave, though in truth it only revealed my dread. The hours passed slowly. I read until the words blurred, then sat staring into the flames. My mind replayed the stranger's warning in the cafe. Drumming is the oldest language. The phrase unnerved me because it rang with truth. Rhythm speaks in ways deeper than words, sinking into bone and blood. What I had heard in the hills felt less like sound and more like communication, though I could not imagine what it wanted to say. The first beat came just past midnight. My phone lit up, recording instantly, and I held it in my lap with trembling hands. The rhythm was the same, slow, steady, ancient. Only this time it began closer, as if no distance needed to be closed. Each strike echoed through the ground, through my chest, until I was shaking with it. I whispered into the recorder, describing what I heard, though my voice sounded feeble against the weight of the sound. The drumming grew louder, and with it came a strange physical reaction. My breathing slowed involuntarily, my heartbeat sensing with the rhythm, until I felt my body was no longer my own. I pressed my palms against the earth and felt it vibrating, as though the hills themselves were struck from within. Then something extraordinary happened. The fire bent with the sound. Each beat pushed the flames sideways, as though invisible hands pressed against the air. Sparks scattered into the darkness, and the shadows of the trees lunged and retreated in time with the rhythm. The forest itself moved with it. Terror nearly rooted me where I sat, but curiosity pulled harder. I rose, legs shaking, and stepped beyond the ring of firelight. The drumming did not fade when I left the fire behind. It grew sharper, more insistent, as though urging me onward. My flashlight beam wavered over the underbrush, but nothing revealed itself. Only sound, filling the spaces between trees, guiding me deeper into the hills. I walked for minutes, perhaps more. The rhythm never faltered. At one point, I thought I glimpsed movement ahead, a shadow shifting against other shadows. But when I aimed the light, nothing stood there. My body ached with the unnatural pacing of the beat, as if my muscles obeyed a command not my own. Finally, I stumbled into a clearing I had not seen before. The ground was bare, the soil pressed flat, as if by many feet over many years. At the center stood a circle of stones, knee-high and dark with age. Moss clung to them, and faint carvings, spirals, lines, shapes that resembled hands, were etched across their surfaces. The drumming was loudest here, though still unseen. I raised my phone to capture the moment, but the screen froze, flickering with static before going black. The sound, however, remained crystal clear in my ears. Panic surged through me, and I turned to retreat, but the forest had rearranged itself. The path I thought I had taken back was gone, swallowed by darkness. The drumming shifted then. No longer steady, it quickened, as though responding to my fear. Each beat landed faster, harder, until the ground shook beneath my feet. I clutched my walking stick and shouted into the night, demanding to know what wanted me, what it meant. My voice was swallowed instantly, lost against the roar of rhythm. Then, silence. Sudden, absolute. The kind of silence that feels heavier than any noise. The forest stood still, the stones looming. My heart hammered in the vacuum of sound. For a few fragile moments, I believed it was over. But then I heard something worse. A second rhythm. Not from the hills, but from behind me. Soft at first, like fingertips tapping wood, but building quickly. I spun with the flashlight, and in the beam's edge I caught a glimpse of something pale sliding between the trees. The shape of a hand. Impossibly long, vanishing into the dark. I ran. Branches whipped my face, roots clawed my ankles, but I tore through the undergrowth until I found the faint glow of my dying fire. I collapsed beside it, gasping, clutching at earth as though it could anchor me. The drumming behind me receded slowly, until once again it belonged only to the hills. When morning came, I packed in silence. The forest looked ordinary, innocent, as if mocking me. Yet the dirt under my fingernails told me I had not imagined the carvings, nor the pale hand. I drove away that morning, certain I was finished with Asheville's hills. But 2 hours down the highway, as the radio crackled with static between stations, I heard it again. A low, steady beat threading through the noise, faint but undeniable. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Leaving the hills had not silenced it. It had followed me. The sound in the car would not relent. At first I convinced myself it was interference from the radio, a mechanical glitch, something rational that could be explained away. But even when I switched the radio off entirely, the rhythm pulsed faintly in the air, vibrating through the steering wheel and into my bones. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, lined with pines and scattered billboards. But I no longer felt part of that ordinary world. I was driving through a skin of reality too thin to hold me. I pulled into a gas station outside of Black Mountain, the kind of place with 2 flickering pumps and a clerk who looked up only long enough to mutter a price. I filled the tank with shaking hands, glancing over my shoulder at the quiet tree line. The rhythm had grown quieter, but not absent, as though it had retreated into the background. Patient waiting. I went inside to buy a coffee, and the clerk gave me a long, searching look before handing it over. "You hear it, don't you?" he asked suddenly. His voice was low, almost conspiratorial. My throat tightened. "What do you mean?" He leaned across the counter, eyes flickering toward the woods. The beating. The drumming. Once you've heard it, you can't shake it. Some folks move away, think distance will help. But it doesn't. It's not the hills that make the sound. It's something in you that starts listening. The words chilled me more than the cold October wind outside. I asked him what it was, desperate for clarity, but he only shook his head. Doesn't matter what it is. Matters that it doesn't stop. I left the store without another word, clutching the coffee like a talisman. On the road again, the beat remained steady, subtle but present. Each passing mile only confirmed what I already knew. The hills had not been the source. They had only awakened something, and now it had attached itself to me. By the time I reached Richmond that evening, I was frayed to the edge. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, felt hollow when I entered, as though the walls could not keep the sound out. I dropped my gear, locked the door, and collapsed onto the couch. The drumming filled the silence almost instantly, faint at first, then growing stronger until the glass in the windows trembled. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound was not external. It was inside me, resonating through marrow and muscle, a foreign heartbeat nested within my own. Sleep became impossible. For 3 nights I lay awake, listening to the rhythm. Sometimes it slowed until it matched my breathing. Other times it quickened, driving my pulse into frantic alignment. On the 4th night, I dreamed for the first time since leaving Asheville. In the dream, I stood once more in that clearing of stones. The carvings glowed faintly, and the drumming came not from the hills but from beneath the ground, as though something immense stirred in the earth. A figure stood on the opposite side of the circle, tall and indistinct, its outline shifting like smoke. It raised one elongated hand and tapped the air in rhythm. When I woke, the sound was louder than ever, and my own hands ached, as though I had been striking them against something all night. I knew then that avoidance was useless. Whatever had followed me could not be fled. It demanded confrontation. I spent hours researching again, combing through folklore websites, scanned archives, anything that might provide an answer. One fragment from a Cherokee oral tradition mentioned drumming as a boundary call, a way for spirits to cross into the waking world. Another Appalachian legend described the hill speaker, a presence that taught rhythm to humans so that they might never forget they belonged to the earth. But the tales ended abruptly, with warnings not to seek the source. I considered reaching out to the woman from the cafe in Asheville, but I had no way to find her. I considered returning to the bookstore clerk, but what could he tell me that I did not already know in my bones? Finally, I resolved to return to the hills themselves. If the sound had begun there, perhaps it could end there. The drive back felt like surrender. Each mile closer made the rhythm stronger, as though whatever lurked beyond sight was eager for my return. By the time I parked at the trailhead, my hands trembled so badly I could barely lock the car. The woods swallowed me in their familiar hush, and the beat quickened with each step I took, toward the clearing I had discovered that terrible night. It was exactly as I remembered. The ring of stones, the mossy carvings, the bare earth. The air vibrated with anticipation, though no breeze stirred the leaves. I stepped into the circle, and the drumming swelled until it was nearly deafening. My chest ached with the pressure of it, my vision blurred with its rhythm. I screamed into the noise, demanding to know what it wanted from me. The answer came. not in words but in sensation. My body convulsed as if struck, my knees buckling. I fell to the earth, palms pressed against the cold soil, and felt it pulsing beneath me. The rhythm was not an external sound at all. It was the pulse of something buried, something vast and ancient, a presence sleeping in the hills. It had reached out, found me, and now sought a vessel. Images flooded my mind in jagged flashes. People long ago dancing around fires, hams striking drums until blood ran from their palms, stone circles glowing in moonlight, shapes like men but not men, their limbs too long, their faces shifting, gathering at the edges of firelight. Every image carried the same rhythm, beating endlessly, binding the living to the hidden. I wanted to resist. I screamed again, but my voice was drowned beneath the cadence. My heart pounded in time with it, until I could no longer tell where my own rhythm ended and the other began. I thought I might die there, absorbed into the earth, another echo in an endless pattern. Then, as suddenly as it had surged, the sound ceased. The silence that followed was vast, crushing, but also relieving. I lay gasping on the soil, staring at the sky, where dawn had begun to pale the horizon. For the first time in weeks, there was no rhythm in my chest but my own. I staggered to my feet, half expecting the ground to open beneath me. But nothing moved. The stones were only stones, the forest only forest. I left without looking back, every step unsteady but alive. In the days that followed, I listened for the beat constantly, terrified it might return. At first there was nothing. The quiet of my apartment became unbearable in its normalcy, each silent suspect. Then, 1 week later, as I stood in my kitchen brewing coffee, I realized I was tapping my fingers against the counter. A slow, steady rhythm. The same rhythm. My hand stilled, but the urge to continue throbbed in my muscles, insistent. That night, I dreamed again. The clearing was waiting. The figure across the stones raised its hand, and I raised mine in perfect mirror. Together we struck the air, two rhythms converging into one. I woke with raw, aching palms, and the faint sound of drumming echoed in the pipes of my building. I know now that what I encountered was not something to be escaped. It was a call, and I answered. I carry it still, a hidden metronome that guides my every step. When I walk down crowded streets, I hear the faint pulse beneath the noise of cars and voices. When I sleep, I wake to find myself tapping the sheets, as though keeping time for something waiting to join me. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear responses, distant, from others who have heard and cannot forget. A network of rhythms stretching across valleys and towns, a chorus too quiet for those unchosen to hear. And I know it is only a matter of time before I return to the hills, drawn back by the oldest language, to stand in that circle once more. The sound is not thunder. It is not footsteps. It is not merely drumming in the hills. It is something that has always been there, patient, ancient, and it has found a place in me. My name is Marcus Yates, and I was born in the northern reaches of Montana, where the winters are long and brutal, and the mountains rise like jagged teeth against the endless gray sky. I am a man who has lived most of his life close to the land, raised in a family of hunters, trappers, and men who believed in the old ways. My father taught me how to track elk through snowfall so deep it swallowed the knees, how to gut a deer in less than 10 minutes before the meat froze stiff, and how to listen, not only to the wind and the trees, but to the silence between them. I am not easily frightened, and I have spent more nights alone in the woods than most men will in their lifetimes. Yet there is one night I cannot forget, and it is why I am telling this story now. It began with the snow, as so many things do in this part of the world, and it ended with something that should not exist. Something that watched me with eyes I recognized too well. The winter of that year had been heavier than usual. Storms rolling down from Canada one after another, burying the valleys and shutting the roads for weeks. I had taken a job guiding hunters along the high ridges, where the snow was thick but the herds still moved, and where men with money wanted trophies for their walls. That evening I was alone, scouting ahead of a group that planned to follow me in a day or two. My camp sat lower in the valley, but I had pushed up the ridge to survey the trails. The air was sharp, biting at my lungs with every breath, and the trees stood like frozen sentinels, branches heavy with white. The world was quiet, too quiet. When snow falls heavy enough, it smothers sound, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. It was then that I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the eye, a shadow shifting against the pale world. But no, there it was, a shape in the distance. A bear. A white bear. Not the yellowed fur of a starving grizzly. Not the off-white patches of a mangy black bear, but pure white. It stood across the ridge, watching me. Even from a distance, I felt its gaze. My first thought was that it must have been a polar bear, but that was impossible. We were too far south, too far inland. There was no reason for such a beast to be here. Still, I froze, hand instinctively gripping the rifle slung over my shoulder. The bear did not move, did not pace or sniff the air as most animals would. It simply stared, its head slightly tilted, as if it were studying me. I slowly slid my rifle into my hands, the metal biting cold even through my gloves. I told myself it was only precaution, that I had no intention of firing unless I had to. But as soon as my hand tightened on the stock, the creature shifted. It rose. It rose higher and higher, standing on two legs, its shape towering over the ridge. My breath caught in my throat. No bear, not even the tallest grizzly, should have been able to rise that high. The thing loomed like a man wearing the skin of an animal, shoulders broad, arms long, fur hanging in clumps. And then I saw its face. It was not a bear's face. God help me, it was human. Pale skin stretched beneath the fur, eyes dark and knowing, mouth curled in something between a snarl and a smile. My body betrayed me. I staggered back, boots slipping in the snow, my rifle half raised but trembling. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I could not move. I could only stare as it stared back, as if we were locked in some silent acknowledgement of each other's presence. The wind howled once, a gust that sent the snow swirling, and when it cleared, the creature was gone. The ridge stood empty, as if nothing had been there at all. For long minutes I stood frozen, heart hammering, breath fogging the air in frantic bursts. I told myself I had imagined it, that the light and snow had played tricks on me, that exhaustion and cold had warped my senses. Yet I could still feel its gaze on me, still taste the sour copper tang of fear in my mouth. I knew what I had seen, and it was no trick. My father used to tell stories by the fire about things that walked between worlds. Spirits that took on forms to test men's courage. He would speak of skin walkers, of old creatures that wore flesh like clothing. I had always dismissed them as tales meant to frighten children. But standing on that ridge, rifle shaking in my hands, I felt those stories coil tight around my heart. I forced myself to retreat, each step deliberate, eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The snow swallowed my tracks quickly, wind dragging white sheets across the ridge. I did not run. Something told me that running would invite it closer. Only when the valley opened below me, and I saw the faint outline of my campfire, did I allow myself to breathe fully again. My hands were numb, though whether from cold or terror I could not say. That night, I sat by the fire, every muscle tense, rifle across my lap. The flames crackled, casting shadows against the walls of my tent. I kept waiting for the silence to break, for the crunch of snow, the deep huff of breath, the sound of something too heavy for the forest to hold. But nothing came. When dawn broke, I packed quickly and descended into the valley. The hunters who were to join me never came. A storm had closed the roads again. I should have been relieved, but instead the solitude gnawed at me. For 3 days I saw no one, and each night I dreamed of that face, pale and watching, lips twisting, as if it might speak. On the 4th morning, I noticed the tracks. At first I thought they were mine, boot prints in the snow leading along the ridge. But no, they were larger, heavier, pressed deep into the crust. They were not the round pads of a bear, nor the clean lines of a man's boot. They were something in between, splayed toes ending in sharp grooves, as if claws had dragged behind. The prints circled my camp once, twice, before vanishing back into the trees. I did not sleep that night. I sat with my rifle across my knees, listening. The fire hissed and popped, shadows shifting on the snow. The wind carried strange echoes, creaks and groans that might have been trees, or might have been something else. At one point, I heard it. A low rumble, deep and chesty, like laughter muffled beneath fur. It came from the ridge above, rolled down the slope, and settled into my bones. I aimed into the darkness, finger tight on the trigger, but there was nothing to see. Only the snow, endless and white. By morning, I was shaking with exhaustion. My beard was stiff with frost, my eyes raw from staring into shadows. I knew I could not stay. Whatever I had seen, whatever was watching Miff, would not leave me in peace. I packed what I could carry and began the long trek, back toward the nearest road. The snow was waist, deep in places, and every step burned my legs. Still, I pressed on, glancing over my shoulder more times than I could count. Once, far in the trees, I saw movement, a flash of white against white. My heart lurched, and I stumbled, nearly dropping my pack. When I looked again, there was nothing. Only silence. Only the endless stillness of winter. But I knew it was there, watching, following. I reached the road 2 days later, half-starved, nearly frozen. A plow had cut a narrow path, and I stumbled along until a rancher in an old truck picked me up. He asked what I was doing out in that storm, and I told him only that I had been scouting for hunters. I did not tell him about the bear. I did not tell him about the face. Some things cannot be spoken without making them real again. Yet even as I warmed myself by the stove in his cabin, I could not shake the memory. That night, when I closed my eyes, I saw it again, rising on 2 legs, face pale and human, eyes dark and endless. And somewhere, far away, I thought I heard it laughing. The rancher's cabin had 4 walls, a roof, and heat from a wood stove. But it did little to ease the feeling that clung to me. Even as I sat at his table, with a steaming mug in my hands, the warmth soaking into my bones, I could not shake the memory of those eyes. They hovered at the edge of my vision, pale against the flames, and I found myself glancing at the window more often than I should have, half expecting to see a figure standing in the snowdrifts. The rancher, a man named Doyle, noticed my restlessness. He was old, face weathered by years of wind and cold, eyes sharp but not unkind. "You seen something up there?" he said, not as a question, but as a statement. His tone was flat, knowing. I almost denied it. The words perched on the edge of my tongue, ready to fall into the safe comfort of a lie. But I could not speak them. Instead, I stared into the dark swirl of coffee and stayed silent. Doyle leaned back, chair creaking beneath him. "You don't have to tell me," he said. "But I'll tell you this: things walk those ridges in winter. Things that don't belong to the time we know. My father told me stories when I was a boy. Maybe you saw one." I looked up sharply. His expression was unreadable, mouth drawn in a thin line, eyes fixed on the fire. I wanted to press him, to ask what he meant, but something in me resisted. I did not want to hear confirmation of what I had seen. Not then. Not yet. So I finished my coffee, thanked him for his kindness, and told him I would catch a ride into town when the plows came through again. He only nodded. The storm broke 2 days later, and I left the cabin behind with a feeling that I was abandoning something unfinished. The ride into town was uneventful, the driver chatty in the way. Men get after days of isolation, his words bouncing off me as though I were deaf. I kept my eyes on the snow, streaked windows, scanning every shadow that crossed the endless whiteness. I told myself I was safe now, that the distance between me and those ridges was enough. But safety is a fragile thing, and the human mind is never far from doubt. Back in town, I tried to return to routine. Supplies rest a few hours at the local bar, where the heat and noise made it easy to forget. But forgetfulness never lasted. At night, when I lay in the rented room above the hardware store, I heard it again. The laughter, low and guttural, curling through my dreams. Sometimes it woke me in the small hours, my throat dry, my skin slick with sweat. Other times, I dreamed more vividly. I stood on the ridge again, snow at my feet, rifle in my hands. The bear rose before me, taller than any man, face pale and almost familiar. The dreams always ended the same way. The thing would open its mouth as if to speak, and I would wake with my pulse racing, the sound of my own name echoing faintly in my ears. After a week, I could not take it anymore. I told myself I needed to go back, to prove to myself that the thing had only been a trick of the mind, a shadow born of cold and exhaustion. I packed my gear again, bought extra cartridges for the rifle, and caught a ride as far north as the driver was willing to take me. From there, I walked. The snow had hardened into crusts, easier to cross than before, though the air was sharper, each breath like glass in my lungs. The landscape stretched endless and bleak, but I felt no peace. Instead, the quiet seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if the forest knew I had returned. It took me 3 days to reach the valley where I had first camped. The fire pit still marked the ground. Stones blackened, but snow had filled the hollow. My boot prints from weeks before were long gone. It was as if I had never been there at all. And yet, standing in that place, the hair on the back of my neck rose. I felt watched. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line, the ridge above, the pale slope stretching into distance. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. But the weight of unseen eyes pressed against me. That night, I made a fire and forced myself to sit beside it, rifle close. The flames cracked, sparks leaping into the cold air. I ate jerky, chewed slow, ears straining against the silence. Hours passed. The moon rose, thin and sharp, and shadows grew long. It was then I heard it, a crunch of snow, deliberate, steady. My heart hammered. I raised the rifle, barrel sweeping toward the sound. The firelight flickered against the trees, but nothing appeared. Then, from deeper in the woods, a sound answered a low rumble, rising into something that might have been laughter, or might have been language too old for me to know. I did not fire. I sat frozen, finger trembling against the trigger. The sound faded, swallowed by the night. I waited, body rigid, until dawn bled pale across the sky. When I finally lowered the rifle, my arms ached, my breath shallow and ragged. The tracks were there in the snow, leading from the ridge toward my camp. Enormous, deep, each step spaced wider than any man could stride. They circled me once, then drifted back toward the trees. I followed them with my eyes until they vanished in the drifts. My stomach turned to stone. The second night was worse. I woke to silence, not the normal hush of snow, but something heavier, pressing. My fire had burned low, embers faint. I sat up, shivering, and then I saw it. On the ridge above, framed by moonlight, a shape. Tall, white, broad-shouldered. It stood motionless, head tilted, watching. I could not see its face, but I felt its gaze like claws across my skin. I raised the rifle, sighted down the barrel, heart hammering. My finger tightened, and then it stepped back, melting into the trees, gone without sound. I could not chase it. My legs would not move. I sat shaking until morning, the rifle still clutched in my hands. When the sun rose, I saw no tracks on the ridge. The snow lay smooth, unbroken, as if the thing had never been there. But I knew better. The mind plays tricks, yes, but not like this. Not when the cold air still held the echo of its presence. On the third day, I gave in to desperation. I packed quickly, abandoning the valley, pushing higher into the ridge where I had first seen it. My body protested, muscles weak from sleepless nights, but I forced myself on. I told myself I had to end this, one way or another. Either I would face the creature, or I would prove to myself that it was nothing but a phantom born of isolation. Snow blinded me, wind howled, but I climbed. Every shadow seemed to move, every gust carried whispers. My name, I swore, drifted faintly on the wind. Marcus. Drawn out, low, mocking. By dusk I reached the top. The world opened around me, ridges rolling white into infinity. The sky was heavy with clouds, light fading fast. I turned slowly, scanning, and then I saw it not far. Standing at the edge of the trees, the white bear. Taller than before, broader, its fur shimmering like frost, and its face, clearer now, too clear. Human, yes, but not unfamiliar. The nose, the shape of the jaw, the eyes. Eyes I had seen before, staring back from mirrors and family photographs. My knees weakened. My throat closed. The thing did not move. Did not speak, but I understood. Its face was mine. I stumbled backward, horror lancing through me. The creature tilted its head, mouth twitching in something that was not quite a smile. I raised the rifle, barrel shaking, and it only watched. Then, with deliberate slowness, it turned and walked into the trees. Not vanished, walked. Snow crunched beneath its weight, each step deliberate. It wanted me to follow, and against all reason I did. The forest swallowed me. The tracks cut deep, leading between pines heavy with snow. My breath tore from my chest, each exhale a cloud. I followed, though every instinct screamed to stop. The prints wound deeper, leading toward a hollow where the trees bent low. My hands ached on the rifle, sweat freezing against my skin. And then the tracks ended. Not faded, ended. As though the creature had stepped into air and vanished. I stood alone, heart slamming, silence closing tight around me. That was when the voice came. Not from ahead, not from behind, but from everywhere. My name spoken in a tone that was mine and not mine. Marcus. Long drawn out, echoing inside my skull. My legs gave way, knees sinking into the snow. I clutched the rifle, eyes darting. But there was nothing to see. Only the whisper of my name, fading into laughter, that rolled like thunder across the ridge. I do not remember how long I knelt there in the snow, clutching the rifle while that voice echoed inside me. The forest was still, too still, as though the world itself were waiting. When at last the sound faded, I forced myself to move, staggering back along my own trail. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the ridge were trying to keep me, to drag me down into its silence. By the time I stumbled back into the hollow where I had left my pack, night had fallen. I built a fire with shaking hands, flames flaring high, but their warmth could not drive the chill from my bones. I kept hearing it. My name, whispered soft, always just beyond the crackle of the fire. Sleep was impossible. I sat awake, every muscle aching, eyes darting to every shadow. At one point I thought I saw a shape between the trees, pale against the dark, but when I blinked it was gone. My mind spun in circles. I tried to tell myself it was only exhaustion, a trick of the cold. But that lie no longer held. I had seen its face, my face. No dream could shape something so precise. And if it wore my face, what did that mean? Dawn was a gray blur, the sun weak behind clouds. I packed my things with stiff fingers and started down the ridge. My only thought was escape, distance, warmth, people, civilization. But the woods did not release me easily. My trail from the night before was half buried, and more than once I lost my way. The snow stretched endless, each tree like the last, and soon I could not tell if I was circling back or moving forward. Panic crept into me, cold and sharp. I had been in these mountains my whole life, but suddenly they felt strange, hostile, as if the land itself had shifted while I wasn't looking. By midday I saw them again, the tracks. Wide, deep, pressed into the crust with impossible weight. They followed alongside my path, sometimes vanishing, sometimes reappearing, as though whatever left them moved in and out of the world at will. Each time I saw them, my pulse quickened. I told myself not to follow, not to look, but my eyes were drawn, my steps straying closer. And once, God help me, once I saw a second set. Smaller, but the same shape. The idea that there might be more than one nearly broke me. That evening I found an old ranger station half, buried in snow. Its roof sagged, windows shattered, door hanging crooked. I hesitated before entering, but the cold pushed me inside. The air smelled of rot and dust, but it was shelter. I cleared a space near the hearth, lit a fire, and tried to steady my nerves. The walls groaned in the wind, and snow hissed through cracks, but it felt safer than the open woods. For the first time in days, I dared to close my eyes. The dream came swift. I stood in front of the bear again, but this time there was no distance between us. Its face, my face, hung inches from mine, eyes black and endless. It smiled, and the smile was wrong, stretching too wide, teeth too many. It raised its hand, clawed and massive, and pressed it against my chest. The weight crushed me, drove me to my knees. Then it leaned close, lips brushing my ear, and whispered, "You are mine." I woke gasping, sweat freezing on my skin. The fire had burned low. Outside, something scraped against the wall of the station. Slow, deliberate. I grabbed the rifle and aimed at the door. The scraping stopped, Silence. Then, from above, a heavy thud, something moving across the roof. Snow fell through cracks in the beams. I raised the rifle higher, every nerve screaming. And then came the laughter. Low, rolling, vibrating the very boards beneath me. I fired. The shot split the night, wood splintering, smoke choking the air. The laughter only grew louder. Surrounding me, pressing in from every direction, I bolted. I don't even remember packing. I only remember the feel of the door against my shoulder as I shoved it open, the blast of cold, and the darkness swallowing me whole. I ran into the trees, snow dragging at my legs, lungs burning. Behind me, the ranger station groaned, and then, impossibly, it collapsed. I heard the timbers splinter, the roof cave in, as though the weight of something vast had crushed it flat. I did not look back. For hours I stumbled through the woods, half blind, half mad. At last, I collapsed beneath a pine, gasping, frost clinging to my beard. The forest was silent again, but the silence no longer felt empty. It felt expectant. I lay there shivering, staring at the sky, and wondered if I would die in that place. But I did not. When morning came, I forced myself to move. Step by step, mile by mile, until at last I reached a frozen road. My body moved on instinct, mind numb to everything but survival. By some mercy, a snowmobile roared in the distance, a pair of rangers checking the pass. They found me slumped against a drift, half conscious. They hauled me to safety, wrapped me in blankets, asked what had happened. I told them only that I had lost my way. I did not mention the bear, not its face, not its voice. Some truths are too heavy to share. Weeks passed. I healed. My body regained its strength, but my mind did not. Nights were the worst. Sleep brought dreams, and dreams brought its face. Sometimes it was watching. Sometimes it was wearing my skin. Once, I dreamed I was the bear, standing tall, staring down at some trembling hunter with my eyes. I woke screaming. I tried to forget. I told myself to bury it, to move on. But forgetting proved impossible. Even in daylight, I sometimes caught glimpses in mirrors. Not full, not clear, but enough a tilt of the head that wasn't mine, a flicker of two wide teeth. My reflection would smile when I did not. One evening, Doyle, the rancher, found me at the bar. He sat across from me without asking and ordered 2 drinks. He studied me for a long while before speaking. "It followed you back," he said softly. My stomach turned. I did not ask how he knew. Perhaps he saw it in my eyes. Perhaps he had lived this himself. "What does it want?" I whispered. He shook his head. "What it always wants. To be you." I could not speak. The bar hummed around us, laughter and clinking glasses, but we sat in a bubble of silence. Doyle reached into his coat, pulled out a small pouch, and slid it across the table. "Keep this on you," he said. "It might help." Inside were dried herbs, bones strung on a thin cord, something that smelled sharp and ancient. I did not ask what they were. I only took them, because in that moment I would have taken anything. That was months ago. The pouch still hangs around my neck. It helps, maybe. The dreams come less often, though they never stop. Sometimes, walking home at night, I hear snow crunch behind me, though the street is empty. Sometimes I see tracks where there should be none. And once, God help me, once, I woke to find frost across the inside of my window, shaped like a handprint. I know it is not finished. The bear, the thing wearing my face, it is patient. It waits. Maybe one day it will step out of the shadows fully. No longer content to watch. Maybe one day I will look in the mirror and see its smile more clearly than my own. if that day comes, I do not know who will be left, me or the thing in the snow. But I can tell you this: when you walk the ridges in winter, if you feel eyes on you, do not look back. And if you see a white bear standing tall in the snow, do not raise your rifle. Because if you do, it will show you its face, and you will never forget it. I never have.